began as a desert oasis. Mexican traders called it the Meadows. But by the dawn of the atomic age, Las Vegas had become the center of spectacle. The Rat Pack with all its charm. Evel Knievel in those outrageous dares. Soon, the greatest was sharing the strip with the king. It all came together in a cocktail of glitz and glamour. And by the time Leonard faced Hearns, Vegas had become synonymous with mega events. Tyson, Chavez, De La Hoya. The biggest fights and the biggest personalities called the Strip their home. But when Floyd Mayweather took up residence in '96, his flair for the spectacular eclipsed all others.
I do everything better than every boxer. Everything.
Undefeated, he has spent the last decade beating the sport's biggest stars.
Still undefeated, Mayweather.
All were overwhelmed by his skill and persona. After exiting the MGM for the final time, he left a void at the heart of Sin City, a void filled by another outsized character, Conor McGregor.
Just know no matter what situation you put me in, I always come out on top.
With his first Las Vegas fight in 2014, the Irishman quickly made the town his own, claiming the title King of the Spectacle with his thunderous left. But the claim awoke a giant. And now the city that specializes in the unprecedented is host to a battle for the ages.
I suppose this could be a battle for Las Vegas also, but in reality it's a battle for everything.
Between the old
21 years, I still know what I got to do.
and the new.
You can't prepare for me.
Perfection
God only made one thing perfect, that's my boxing record.
and destiny.
There's no doubt in my mind, this man will be unconscious inside 4 rounds.
These two warriors fight for a place in history and the supremacy of the entertainment capital of the world. The talk is over. It's time to settle the score.
I will go in there and shock the world.
Because one thing we do know, I can fight.
Mayweather versus McGregor. Let's go.
All right, fans, here we go. It's time for the bout you've all been waiting for. This crowd going wild.
Look at that. He is in trouble. Look at his legs.
The crowd is electric.
Tyson playing it on. Down goes Bruno. Into the rope. The right by Buckley. It hurts his down. Oh, down goes Chavez for the first time in his career. A shot by Evander Holyfield. Castillo's in trouble. What a fight! It's showtime!
Welcome to the T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas. We've reached Fight Night of one of the most highly anticipated events in the history of combat sports. Floyd Money Mayweather will defend his perfect record against the notorious Conor McGregor, making his professional boxing debut. Hello everyone, I'm Brian Custer. It's been called the Money Fight for good reason. Tonight's event may become the largest pay-per-view in history. The live gate could set new records. The men in the ring will walk away with record 9-figure paydays. Win or lose, McGregor says he's banking over $100 million. Mayweather, it could be $350 million. It's an event that has energized the sport, polarized the fans, and really just blown up social media. But in the end, it's not really about the money. It's not about the bravado. It's not about the trash talk. It's about who is the best pugilist inside the boxing ring. We will get the answer to that question later tonight. But first, let me bring in my team. They're going to call in all the action tonight. That's the voice of Showtime Championship Boxing, Mauro Ranallo. That's the Hall of Famer, Al Bernstein, and that is former two-time world champion Paulie Malignaggi. And Mo, you got a long history of calling combat sports. Put this event in context for us.
All of my worlds are colliding in an epic episode of surreality TV. And whether it's boxing or MMA, both sports fully capture our imaginations only when they feature the larger-than-life personalities that transcend their respective disciplines. And there are no two better examples than Mayweather and McGregor, who have not only mastered their combat craft, but the lucrative art of self-promotion. These two are making it rain in Sin City.
They certainly are. And listen, that's why they call it Sin City. Yeah. There are a number of joints where you can make it rain in here. Not that I would know anything about that.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, Al, you called Floyd Mayweather's first professional boxing match, and here he is, 21 years later, looking to retire undefeated.
When we were at the fighter meeting, Floyd Mayweather looked at me and said, "You've been doing this a long time."
He did say that.
He's right, I have. And a good portion of that career has been spent chronicling Floyd Mayweather's career. And in those 21 years, he's had a lot of great successes inside the ring, never lost, and outside the ring as a businessman. And he's had some controversy in the ring and controversy outside the ring. But the one common thread through all 21 years is that he has been the star of, and in some cases helped create, some of the biggest spectacles and major events in this sport. And here we are tonight, maybe the biggest and certainly the most unconventional.
Yeah, you're right about that. Let's talk a little bit about his opponent, Paulie, and Conor McGregor. And listen, you've spent some time in that McGregor camp. You've sparred with him. Lately, let's not sugarcoat it, you've had some major issues with one another. Putting that aside, how did he earn this fight?
You know, I'll tell you what, to become a star in a combat sport like this, in boxing or MMA or whatever, takes a few different factors. You know, you need personality, you need to come along at the right time, but most importantly, you have to have the talent and the ability to get the results. You can have all the other factors, but without the talent and ability to get the results, you'll have nothing. So McGregor has this polarizing personality, check. He came along at a time where Ronda Rousey was kind of on the way down, and she was the one that was kind of carrying the sport at that time, check again. And of course, the most important, he gets the result. He's had some of the biggest wins, a two-division UFC champion. It all comes together. We'll see if he puts it together tonight.
You know, you're really right, because you look at him, it's that star power and that polarizing charisma that really endears him to his fans. And let me show you something. That polarizing charisma was on full display at their weigh-in on Friday. Take a look at Conor McGregor. It's also endeared him to the gambling public. According to Vegas, he is a 6-1 underdog going into this fight. Put this in perspective, folks. Miguel Cotto, Marcos Maidana, they were the same betting underdogs.
Buster Douglas was 42-1 to beat Mike Tyson.
Obviously, they think he's got the goods. It should be an interesting night. Folks, let's take a look at our full lineup from top to bottom here. The main event, Floyd Mayweather versus Conor McGregor. Floyd comes out of retirement, risks his perfect 49-0 record against Conor McGregor, making his professional boxing debut. McGregor, the only man to hold 2 UFC titles at the same time, and as predicted, he's gonna make quick work of Floyd, knock him out within 2 rounds. Mayweather agrees the fight won't go the distance, but with the opposite outcome. And as we build to our main event, we've got 3 fights ahead. Rising star Gervonta Davis was supposed to make the second defense of his IBF Junior lightweight title against Francisco Fonseca. Well, Davis didn't make weight. He was 2 pounds over. So he's been stripped of his title. This is no longer a world title bout for Davis, but Fonseca can win the belt. And Nathan Cleverly defends his WBA light heavyweight title against former super middleweight champion Badou Jack. And we'll begin with cruiserweights. Undefeated Andrew Tabiti taking on former 2-time world champion Steve Cunningham. It is the biggest fight in combat sports history and the most talked about even on social media. Join the conversation at Showtime Boxing. Just use the hashtag Mayweather McGregor. You can head to Twitter, take part in our polls throughout the night. On Facebook, we'll have the post-fight press conference right after the main event at Showtime Boxing on Facebook. We are just getting started from here in Las Vegas. Mayweather versus McGregor is brought to you by Corona Extra. Corona invites you to find your beach. By Pioneer DJ, quality equipment for DJs, producers, and entertainers worldwide. Pioneer DJ, beyond the music. By Universal Pictures, American Made, starring Tom Cruise in theaters September 29th. And by Showtime Pay-Per-View. Live look from the T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas. This building holds 20,000. They are expecting near capacity as we wait for the main event that comes later tonight, Mayweather versus McGregor. It has been well over 6 weeks of a lot of verbal sparring between these two combatants. We finally arrived here at Fight Night in the fight capital of the world. Yesterday in this arena, they had the weigh-in. Over 15,000 people in attendance. It was free to see Conor McGregor, Floyd Mayweather step on the scale. Conor McGregor weighed in at 153. Keep in mind the weight limit at 154. There were rumors that maybe McGregor wouldn't make weight, but he does. He comes in a pound under. How about Floyd Mayweather? Weighs in at 149 and a half. This will be the 4th time Mayweather has fought at this weight. He's never weighed higher than 151. Time to get the action started. Let's go to the men now, who will call the fights. Mauro Ranallo, Al Bernstein, and Paulie Malignaggi.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. From the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, we are set for cruiserweight action. What will be the toughest test on paper for the rising undefeated cruiserweight Andrew Tabiti? He will square off with two-time cruiserweight champion Steve Cunningham. And the 41-year-old Cunningham, always in great physical shape, and he is engaged in 9 title fights at cruiserweight, the first in 2006, and has faced 10 current, former, or future world titleists. So a lot of big fight experience for USS Cunningham. Andrew Tabiti would love to be where Steve Cunningham has already been. The 27-year-old is 14-0, 12 of those wins coming inside the distance. He began his career with 10 consecutive knockouts.
We'll take a look at the tail of the tape, and we'll get a chance to see how these fighters match up. The Corona Extra tail of the tape. Now, Steve Cunningham, at age 41, has been in many wars. He has had a long career and sometimes has been in some tough fights. He has a height and reach. Can he reach down and get what it takes against Andrew Tabiti? And he's got the height and reach advantage. Doesn't always use those when he fights.
And the rules for all fights tonight: no standing 8 count, no 3 knockdown rule. Only the referee can stop the fight. A fighter cannot be saved by the bell in any round. If a fighter cannot continue due to injury from an accidental foul before the end of round 4, it's a no decision. After the end of round 4, they'll go to the scorecards for a technical decision. So now, with the official introductions, here's the Hall of Fame ring announcer, Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you, and we welcome you to the T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas, Nevada, as we have a big night of action in store for you, and it's all brought to you by Mayweather Promotions, MGM Resorts, and Showtime Pay-Per-View. Sponsored by Corona Extra, Corona invites you to find your beach. This bout in the ring is sanctioned by the USBA, the supervisor Anibal Miramontes, and the NABF, the supervisor Travis Ford. Introducing to you our 3 judges, all from Las Vegas, Nevada: Tim Cheatham, Eric Cheek, and Robert Hoyle. And introducing our 3rd man to the ring, our referee in charge of the action, Jay Nady. All right, fans, here we go. 10 rounds of boxing for the USBA and NABF Cruiserweight Championship. Introducing to you first on my right, he is fighting out of the red corner, wearing black and white trunks with silver and red trim. Hailing from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, he weighed in at 198 pounds. His record stands at 29 wins, 8 losses, and 1 draw, with 13 wins coming by way of knockout. Please welcome the veteran of 9 world title appearances and the 2-time IBF Cruiserweight Champion of the World, introducing Steve USS Cunningham. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black trunks with white and gold trim, fighting out of Las Vegas by way of Chicago, Illinois. He weighed in at 197.5 pounds. He is undefeated in his campaign to the ring with a record of 14 wins, no losses, with 12 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is the NABF champion, currently ranked the WBC number 4 cruiserweight contender, introducing the undefeated Andrew the Beast Tabiti. Once again, a referee in charge. Now to give instructions, Jay Nady.
Championship fight, 10 rounds. Obey my commands. Good luck, touch gloves, now let's go to work. Thanks.
Jay Nady, the referee assigned by the Nevada State Athletic Commission for this cruiserweight contest scheduled for 10 rounds.
Ring the bell and start the fight.
The bell and round one. The undefeated Andrew Tabiti in the black with white and gold trunks. The veteran Steve USS Cunningham sports black with silver and red. Cunningham began boxing when he was in the Navy, spent 4 years serving his country, Al, and we welcome all of the brave men and women who have fought to keep us free.
Yeah, he started it there, and it became a way of life for him. One of the most cordial and engaging men in the sport. Tabiti is an excellent body puncher, and in fact, in his last fight, knocked his opponent out with a body punch. So look for him to go downstairs.
Those body punches can't be bad ones, I'll tell you that.
Yes.
Tabiti hails from Hall of Famer Al Bernstein's hometown of Chicago, but has been fighting out of Las Vegas. Member of the Mayweather Boxing Club and the Mayweather Promotion Stable, trained about 9 weeks at the gym here in Las Vegas. Floyd Mayweather Jr. has been his trainer since he started his pro career.
Slow start, both guys really trying to feel each other out, trying to set that distance. You see small feints by Cunningham. Just trying to get into that comfort zone, both guys are right now.
Beautiful triple jab.
And a nice counter by Cunningham.
Tabiti.
Nice counter jab by Cunningham back.
For Steve Cunningham, he would like to make this kind of an untidy affair. Get on the inside, be throwing a lot of punches, not let Tabiti counter him.
Just past the midpoint, left hook, sweeping right hand by Tabiti that scored.
So when Tabiti moves around like this, you would like to see Cunningham cut the ring off a little better.
And
just to not let him get comfortable.
Yep, Cunningham ate another jab from Tabiti. Tabiti very comfortable using lateral movement along the ropes.
Exactly, Mo, and that's what you want to take away with that cutting the ring off.
There's a jab from Cunningham that backed Tabiti up. A minute left in the opening round.
It's a little more movement than I think we would have thought we would see initially from Tabiti. He's using all of this ring.
And he's pretty much lapped the ring once or twice already.
Yes.
Cunningham's not cutting him off, so you could stop that right away if you just cut the ring off.
There's another lead right hand, a left and a right by Cunningham before he smothers Tabiti along the ropes.
Break. It's okay. Yes, sir. Box.
Coming up on the final 30 seconds of the first frame of the first fight on this historic night in combat sports.
Come on. You're holding. Stop. 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 You step back. Thank you. Now box.
So the opening 3 minutes, a bit of getting to know you round as both fighters taking their time and getting their groove on.
We're going to take a look at the keys to victory, starting with Tabiti. For him, counterpunching is the way he normally goes, and he'll look to do that as this fight continues. He has an excellent right hand. We didn't see much of it in the first round, but we will see it. And don't get out hustled. Sometimes he has a lull in punch numbers. Neither man threw many punches in the first round, so he didn't have to worry about that. As for Steve Cunningham, sometimes when he attacks, he will square himself up, and the way he does that is by lunging with the right hand. If he doesn't lunge, he won't have that problem. And I think he needs to be busy. He wasn't in round number 1, only threw 13 punches. He's got to up the volume a bit.
You in the ring. You gonna find your ring.
The bell and round 2 in this cruiserweight affair between Andrew the Beast Tabiti, the 27-year-old who has looked good in his start as he landed a nice combination there to begin the round, Paulie.
Yeah, nice double jab right hand. You know, we saw a lot of jabs in the first round by both guys. But, you know, once you start setting that distance with the jab and you start to get comfortable, you can shoot the right hand behind it. And Tabiti came out with a sharp right hand after 2 jabs.
A lot of mutual respect between these two cruiserweights leading up to the fight, Al.
Yeah, Steve Cunningham understands Tabiti's a young fighter on his way up, but he said, I still have plenty left in the tank. And Tabiti understands this is the best fighter he's faced so far in his career. He knows it's a step up.
Yeah, Tabiti has a reputation of being the second hardest. Oh, nice counter right hand by Cunningham as Tabiti was working the body. Tabiti has a rep of being the second hardest worker at the Mayweather Boxing Club. Any guess as to who might be the hardest working guy?
I'm thinking Badou Jack? No, probably not.
He's coming up, and of course the man we're talking about, Floyd Mayweather Jr. coming out of retirement to face boxing neophyte MMA superstar Conor McGregor in the much ballyhooed main event.
You saw that was a nice counter right hand before by Cunningham, as you mentioned.
Oh, wow. Beautiful combination put together by Andrew Tabiti.
And interestingly, on the end of that, Cunningham again countered with the right. This is a potentially good fight if these fighters really get in the groove here.
Yeah, he's looking for that loopy right hand. I'd like to see him throw it straight sometimes just to change the angle of it. He keeps throwing it loopy. Sometimes he misses over the top with it. He landed it that one time. You'd like to see him change it up a little bit.
Man, Tabiti with more combinations in his safe, and so far being tough to crack for Cunningham, who has him backed along the ropes, Paulie, but like you say, not doing an adequate job of cutting the ring and going on the attack.
Yeah, Tabiti's a sharp counterpuncher, and sometimes you'll trap him, but it'll make you think twice about throwing. You want to get to the body in those moments. Like right there, Tabiti was kind of languishing on the ropes.
Cunningham lunging with the jab.
You know, the right hand of Steve Cunningham, which sometimes he doesn't throw it exactly perfectly, but he's got a little bit of a bead with that punch, and that is the punch that will get him in this fight, because that's the punch you can hit Tabiti with.
And that's the one he dropped Tyson Fury with.
Correct, yeah, a big heavyweight, much bigger than him.
Yeah, Cunningham went up to heavyweight for a spell, but back down in the cruiserweight division now. Tabiti working the head with that right hand. Under 30 seconds remaining, and you talk about heady praise. Tabiti already being compared to a young Evander Holyfield, one of the class of 2017 of the International Boxing Hall of Fame. And man, that's pretty good stuff if you get compared to the real deal this early.
Okay, he's got a little ways to go before I'm ready to compare him to Evander Holyfield. No offense.
Good talent by Tabiti, but those are big shoes to fill. Cunningham should be fainting a little bit on his way in.
When you look good, but it's different things you can still do. Make it better. Start fainting some, man, and hooking and fainting and up and down. Short right hand, don't reach. Bring it right behind the jab. I mean, you got that hand down, you're going to be able to see it. And double up with it. Defense. Throw it deep and deep. Then throw it, bend your knees deep and back. Second one will be there. Don't reach so big. Throw it short and fast on it. All right? So keep rolling them hands back up, Steve. If he can't land his big counter right hand, he can't win a fight. You don't know how to box yet.
Round 3, scheduled for 10 in the cruiserweight division. Andrew Tabiti looking for his 15th consecutive win to start his career. Steve Cunningham, 29-8-1 coming into this contest. He had faced 6 undefeated fighters coming into this fight, and Tabiti again putting together a crisp combination.
And you know, you saw 2 veteran trainers, Floyd Mayweather Sr. and Nazim Richardson, 2 men that have seen and been in the corners of a lot of major fighters.
Cunningham trying to feed Tabiti a stream of short left hands in the clinch.
He's trying too hard, Cunningham. He's got to let it flow. He's trying too hard. He's smothering his offense. He's missing. You know, Tabiti's more relaxed. He's on the back foot, and he's making him miss a lot. Cunningham can't force it. Just take what's coming there. You know, see right there. He ended up smothering himself. He didn't throw anything.
He had him cornered. And
too excited.
Tabiti able to escape.
Just let it flow. Snap the jab instead of pushing it. You know, see, he's pushing that jab in, and look what happens. He smothers himself with the right hand. He's got to get a little bit calm down here. He's trying a little bit too hard.
With this hand, you're punching with the
other. Of course, Evander Holyfield, one of the all-time great cruiserweights, and Tabiti, of course, very much influenced by him. Al, all of a sudden, the cruiserweight division really a red-hot one.
The World Boxing Super Series starting pretty soon. The best cruiserweights in the world. Cunningham tried to get in that tournament, couldn't, so he's trying to make his way here. I've always said the cruiserweight division is one of the best in boxing. Most cruiserweight fights are great.
Nice right hand to the body by Tabiti. I like the variation.
Cunningham swarming Tabiti on the ropes, not scoring with anything effectively.
And there again, he missed that top, the right hand over the top, just looped it a little too much. He's got to shorten it up at times, at least. I understand you want to throw it over the top sometimes and loop it, but there's got to be times where you're throwing it a little straighter, a little shorter. Otherwise, you know, you're not going to give the guy anything to think about. He knows the weight's coming every time. Nice defense by Tabiti there.
We are headed into the final 60 seconds of the 3rd round. A fight that has broken out in spurts with Andrew Tabiti putting together some crisp combinations, while Cunningham, again at 41, maybe a step slower, has Tabiti in position to go on the attack. But Paulie, as we've mentioned, swarming his offense, not making the most of these opportunities.
Yeah, he's trying too hard to throw too hard. He just got to let it flow. Let the speed come instead of putting too much weight on the shots and missing them. Oh, nice counter by Tabiti there.
Good counter by Tabiti, but then the jab by Cunningham caught Tabiti on the escape.
Tabiti pulling out on the way out. You got to stay shorter when you're pulling out of the punches.
Tabiti ducks underneath that attack by Cunningham. Circles back to the center ring, but again back towards the ropes, baiting Cunningham in, wanting the counter punch. But instead clinches in the final seconds of the 3rd round. A good start for Andrew Tabiti. Well, the stars will be out. A constellation of celebrities here, including actor and director and the man who voiced our tease tonight, Don Cheadle, in attendance. And, oh man, one of my faves, William H. Macy, who is exquisite as Frank Gallagher on Showtime's Shameless. A man you, saw on Saturday Night Live and will soon see as Floyd in Showtime's new series, White Famous, the hilarious Jay Farrow. Mr. Yippee-Ki-Yay himself, Bruce Willis, actor and producer, taking in the fights. And somebody better call Coast to Coast, because there is a Sasquatch sighting in Sin City, and obviously he's fueling himself up on Jack Link's protein before hitting the magenta carpet. And just when you think you've seen it all in Las Vegas, you are seeing round 4 as we begin our 4-fight night here at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. Andrew Tabiti flashing the jab. Steve Cunningham looking to continue his career, realizes that he's in the twilight of his career, but there's a sharp exchange.
And again, off that double jab, Tabiti shot that sharp right hand. And you see how he kept it a little shorter than Cunningham. Cunningham was also coming with his right hand, but a little wider, a little slower. That short, sharp shot, Tabiti making the speed work for him. Cunningham not doing the same.
Tabiti obviously influenced by Floyd Mayweather. He fights with the left hand down. He uses a lot of movement, but this amount of movement has been even a little bit more in this fight, and it's helped him as we've chronicled against Cunningham.
Tabiti has never been down in his career, Steve. USS Cunningham has been down a total of 13 times, but Al, it speaks to his resiliency that he's only been stopped once.
Yeah, he gets up and he will make a brawl. He's fought the best in the cruiserweight division. I mean,
and the heavyweights.
And the heavyweights. I mean, Steve Cunningham's forged a career in which he has faced everybody, and so he's hoping he's got one more big kick left in him.
In his prime, Steve was something to watch.
Oh boy, yeah.
In fact, my first boxing match ever called on television in Canada was when he fought Canadian Troy Ross.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Great fight. Yeah, he won that fight.
Partially lands that counter right hand there, but Tabiti does a good job at it. Even when he gets hit, doesn't take them cleanly. Does a good job riding with them.
Here's the power punches landed so far, and Tabiti's landed more jabs. So the power punches, just so you know, are anything other than a jab. So they may be a punch to the body, a left hook, right hand, whatever.
Tabiti doing a good job of avoiding Cunningham's jab in Mayweather-esque fashion, Paul. You talk about the small increments, moving just enough, right?
Of course, but you know what Cunningham needs to do right here? This distance right here is where you set your feints, right there. He just did it there, but when you set your feints, you need to be feinting so that you make Tabiti make a false move. Tabiti's very reactive, but he doesn't block a lot. It's mostly rolls and shoulder rolls and slips and slides. So if you make him make a move, a defensive move too early with a good feint, you may be able to catch him on the flip side.
Now box.
Cunningham representing the Fighting Factory of Philadelphia and a murderer's row of champions over the years. Smoking Joe Frazier, legendary Bernard Hopkins.
Who was trained by Nazim Richardson.
Who's training Steve Cunningham. Good job there, Mr.
Precisely.
What is it, the 6 degrees of Kevin Bacon? Is Kevin Bacon here?
He may be.
Under 30 seconds left in the fourth.
You know, these rounds are not that, that different in what the two men are doing. And there's, in total number of punches thrown, Cunningham's just thrown a couple of more.
Cunningham's caught him with
it's not like there's this monster.
Yeah, but cleaner punches are being landed by Tabiti.
I agree.
Whatever Cunningham's landing, it's very partial most of the time. Tabiti tends to land a little bit more flush.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, Cunningham has always demonstrated skill, but had vulnerabilities as well, as we've seen.
He's no spring chicken.
Tabiti has a good right hand. We talked about that earlier. Set jab to the body, a jab to the head, and then he will come with the right hand. So that's really nice what he did. And you see Cunningham trying to counter him with the right, as he has been doing for much of this fight, but doesn't always get there. And what does Tabiti do there? Starts his movement. And there they bang heads a little bit, but luckily nobody had any damage from that. That last sequence with Tabiti really demonstrated what he's done well in this fight.
You didn't expect that. He got to do something, though. He's getting tired. He's going to do something now.
This is the 5th round, scheduled for 10 in the cruiserweight division. Talking to Andrew Tabiti about the fight. We mentioned the fact that they were respectful of each other, but he says, I'm on my way in, he's on his way out.
Don't hold and hit.
There's a sweeping right hand in close quarters by Tabiti.
You know, Steve Cunningham's only throwing an average of 28 punches per round according to show stats. That's not enough for him. If he's going to win this fight, he's got to be busier because Tabiti will be a little sharper with his punches.
And I'll tell you what that's from, Al. He's just not finding his distance the right way, his range. He's either too far away, then he gets close, he gets too excited, and he smothers himself, so it allows him not to get punches off against you right there. He got smothered there, just overcommitting.
And Tabiti holds every time he gets in there.
Yeah, so it's either undercommitting or overcommitting. You know, he's got to set that distance right. He's, again, like I said earlier, he's trying a little bit too hard instead of letting the snap take over, the speed take over. See that jab? He's kind of pushing it out there. You know, there's no snap to it.
There's a snapper to those two jabs by Tabiti, who, of course, is 27, Cunningham 41, so the youth factor playing potentially a factor in this fight.
One punch, even when he's in position, we haven't seen from Steve Cunningham. He has a good, nice left hook. It has not gotten there yet. He hasn't thrown it too much. He's been in position a couple times.
Of course, Tabiti known for his counter right, but doing a good job of doubling up on the jab. There was a nice short right uppercut on the inside by Cunningham. Minute and a half gone in the round and blistering speed.
You see Tabiti's combinations. He doesn't overcommit. He's on the way in. He knows when to stop so that he can be getting the maximum out of his punches. Cunningham, he's on the way in a lot of times, and he'll just overcommit too much and step too far in.
It looks like he's lumbering, whereas Tabiti's just very loose and fluid.
Yeah, Tabiti will step in and then know the distance where he wants to be at for the combination to flow just right. And sometimes that's also the young legs compared to the old legs.
Tabiti using lateral movement to try to tap into the gas tank of the 41-year-old Cunningham, and Cunningham again has him in the corner, just Shoots out a punch, but then swarms his own offense. He initiates the clinch.
See, but you know what it is? Tabiti gets in and smothers him. But here's the thing. When you have Tabiti where you want him, like a lot of times Cunningham gets him, keep him there. You know what I'm saying? Don't be so anxious to throw a big shot right away, because then you're just going to get smothered. Keep him there. Step there. Put that mental pressure on him. Throw some feints. Keep him there. Touch him, and then throw the hard shot.
30 seconds left in the 5th round. Andrew Tabiti, undefeated, against former 2-time cruiserweight champion Steve USS Cunningham, looking for his 30th professional win.
Both 2 hands. Box.
Double jab from Cunningham.
Stop!
Nice breathing, nice and relaxed. Don't start getting excited. That's the only way he gets opportunity. Steve, without your right hand drop, without this dropping, that's why I stayed on your ass again. If this don't drop, he can't fight, he can't win. If that don't drop, he can't win. Roll it so he don't know when it's coming. If you don't give him that shot, he can't win the fight. He don't know how. He moving around hoping it.
It was a good round, but guess what? When you're inside, what do we do in the body? We shoot down, right? Yeah. If you're going to shoot down, you shoot down, get around. No, you shoot down. You pick it up in there. You stick it in there. Come on, let's go. We don't go straight back. We go around.
Box.
We're at the midway point of this cruiserweight bout, scheduled for 10 rounds. Andrew Tabiti in the black with white and gold trunks. Steve Cunningham in the black with silver and red.
I thought Steve Cunningham had a pretty good round 5, and as it turns out, Showstat said he landed 13 punches, the high of the fight that he has thrown. You know, for Tabiti, coming into this fight, the average amount of fights his opponents have had are 8. So clearly, you can tell this is a step up, even though it's against an older fighter, a much more experienced man.
Cunningham has had 288 professional rounds coming into this fight, Al, whereas Tabiti only had 49. Nice. Sweeping overhand right hand caught.
And good attempt that even if you don't land those cleanly, they get the guy's attention. You know, they may let him know, oh, you know, when I'm throwing, this guy's still sharp, he's still reactive. But of course, again, Cunningham, when he sees that, should be using the feint off the jab instead of just jabbing like that.
One of the problems for Steve in recent fights is his technique has suffered a lot. He's throwing those overhand rights much wider, and he's not throwing his punches as straight as he used to in his prime.
Well, see, Cunningham's discipline, shaped by his military service, has served him well in terms of maintaining proper condition now. But you're right, the question coming in was, does he still have enough skills to beat a guy like Tabiti?
Yeah, and yeah, for 41, he's in pretty good shape, isn't he?
Box.
It's been this round here is an example of when Tabiti hasn't been that offensive-minded either. So these rounds are, it's not like there's this monstrous difference between the two fighters.
You see Cunningham sets himself right here, and then it's just not enough. He doesn't change the look. He doesn't get a little creative. You got to be a little creative for Tabiti. See right there. See how Tabiti is creative? You shoot that jab up top, the right hand to the bottom, back to the jab up top. It's a simple combination, but it's a creative combination. Keeps you thinking, and you cannot anticipate it to counter it.
Under a minute left in the 6th. Tabiti torching Cunningham with another crisp combination, and again, though, could be a little more active as Cunningham smothering him along the ropes. And Nady warning Tabiti for grabbing. It's not a Greco-Roman wrestling match. Let's hope the main event doesn't turn into one.
I like how Tabiti brings that jab up and down. It keeps Cunningham thinking, it keeps Cunningham busy. Cunningham has not cut the ring off all night. I mean, it's one thing you want to at least make Tabiti mentally uncomfortable there.
Short right hand on the inside by Tabiti as they clinch again. Tabiti trying to punch out.
Stop! Bell.
Tabiti has used his jab effectively and used it to create combination punching. A jab and then a right to the body, a different kind of combination, and then there's the traditional 1-2, and even though he missed those last couple, he kept Steve Cunningham at bay so that he could not land anything. And here we take a look at the same combination, same set of combinations, of which 4 punches were thrown, or 5 punches were thrown, and 4 landed.
And it freezes Cunningham because it's a hard combination to anticipate, and counter-punching is mostly anticipation.
Come down, okay? You hit him down here, son, man. You'll slow him down. I'm telling you. Keep your right hand on his chin. Go for a shot. Okay? The hook is right there. That's a beautiful one. Beautiful one. Yes, sir.
We have reached the 7th round here in this cruiserweight matchup between the rising Andrew Tabiti, who came in with a record of 14-0, 12 wins inside the distance, in what was, well, to be his stiffest test on paper, especially when it comes to experience, in the form of Steve USS Cunningham, a 41-year-old who's had 2 different title reigns at cruiserweight. And now Tabiti being mauled by Cunningham, and yet it's funny because Cunningham initiates, but Tabiti does hold.
Yeah, but he's smothering. He's not holding.
Okay.
He's smothered inside, and then Cunningham oversteps in, and you wind up body to body, and you need the ref to break him.
All right, well, we have our unofficial score. Steve Farhood standing by with his score at the midpoint of this 10-round affair, or what it was now. Yeah, after the 10 or midpoint. Sorry, Steve.
Mo, no problem. Clearly, Tabiti has set the tempo with his movement. And while neither fighter has been very busy, I feel that the clean punches from really rounds 1 through right now have been landed by Tabiti. Cunningham can't seem to land that right hand. He's going to have to improve that if he's going to win some rounds. I have Tabiti ahead 5 rounds to 1, 59-55.
Nice feint, and again, right hand to the stomach by Tabiti. Stop! One thing about Tabiti,
now you're
even when he wants to move.
You were holding him. I saw you. It's a hard warning.
See, there he's holding, though, he's saying.
Yep,
yeah, Giannetti, and I think that was appropriate. I think that was appropriate because, you know, Tabiti's been holding a lot. I'm not saying you take a point away, but I think a warning is appropriate at that moment.
One thing is to look for, though. Tabiti's able to fight when he wants to and rest when he wants to.
Strafing him with the jab like a fencer in Olympic competition, just utilizing the line down the middle of Cunningham's body. And Cunningham just leaning in.
Don't hold him.
And trying now to, well, almost landed a right hand there, but not a lot of mustard, not a lot of pop on Cunningham's attack. Pauline, you talked about it. He's pushing.
Yeah, he's pushing, and of course he's too close there. He's too smothering himself. Again, it's Tabiti who's able to fight when he wants to and move when he wants to. Cunningham has to force Tabiti to fight when Tabiti does not want to fight. Tabiti likes to fight in spots, so you've got to make him. When you see Tabiti moving around, he's trying to take his time, trying to set his pace. That's when you got to attack him, but you got to cut the ring off to do it. Otherwise, he's able to move around freely. See here, he just had his way in terms of dictating the pace. Fights when he wants to, rest when he wants to.
And I'm sure there's many people watching tonight who don't maybe regularly watch boxing. When it comes to cutting off the ring, Paulie, what's the you know, the strategy? How do you do it?
Well, you've got to beat the guy to the spot. If he's moving to his left, you move to your right, but you beat him there. You beat him to the spot, and that way it forces him to either go in the other direction or he has to engage.
Nice exchange here.
When he goes in the other direction, you do the same thing the other way.
We have reached the 8th round of the scheduled 10-rounder.
One of the recurring themes of this fight has been something we mentioned in the keys to victory, the right hand of Tabiti. He has used that punch effectively, often setting it up with the jab, as in that case, a double jab. Here he jabs to the body and then the head and comes with that straight right hand, avoids the counter punch of Cunningham, right to the body, and then he'll come back with it to the head. So he knows that's an important punch for him, and he has set it up and used it repeatedly during the course of this fight.
Look for that uppercut inside, all right? Get that hand back where I need it. You did it over here perfect. Jab, put it right back. I need it. Double that jab up, he's gonna drop down, throw the right uppercut. Have that hand up. Off the double jab, put the hand up, throw that uppercut.
Let's go, record. Right.
Double jab, you're gonna duck his head.
You get it right that time?
Round 8, and brother Nazim Richardson told us in the fighter meeting that he felt Cunningham still had great energy and drive. Don't know if we've seen it thus far in this fight, Al.
Well, he does in terms of training, and he said I usually have to pull fighters back when they're 41, but he wants to. He gave an interesting piece of advice to Steve Cunningham. Double jab, that'll put his head down, and then try the uppercut. And Steve Cunningham has a good uppercut, even though we haven't seen that in this fight.
Tabiti attacking the body with the right hand, clips Cunningham with a counter left hook.
And both these men have not been very busy, just a couple of fights in the last almost 2 years. But you can get by a little better with that when you're as young as Tabiti is compared to being 41.
You see how Tabiti smothers when he needs to, steps out when he needs to, just enough of change in the range.
And there is an indication of how these fighters have done past round 7. Of course, Cunningham much more experience. He's been 12 rounds a number of times.
Tabiti trying to split the guard with the jab, then goes to the body. I love his ring IQ, Paulie.
Yeah, and he varies it well. It's simple. It's a simple ring IQ, but
he uses it.
If you vary it enough, it doesn't matter if it's simple. It'll work. Sometimes that kid's method works perfectly. In this situation, it is. Keep it simple, stupid. And that's pretty much what he's doing. Most of his offense, if you notice, is just straight punches.
Right.
Sharp shots, pot shots. He's sharp shooting on the outside, not fully stepping in. And, of course, mixing with some counters. See, there he smothers right there. You see he just ducks in.
What are you doing over there?
Hey, great question, Mr. Nady.
See right here, it's Cunningham smothering himself. You see?
And in that previous sequence, and even here, not so much holding from Tabiti. So, you know, there a little bit.
Is this a sign of what's to come, Al? Later, when Floyd Mayweather comes out of retirement to take on mixed martial arts superstar Conor McGregor.
There's not a lot of holding here. I mean, we're watching it right here. I mean, it's literally right in front of us. There isn't
there isn't that much there.
Again, Cunningham has to stop smothering.
He's got to take a step back and punch.
Yep.
Stop! That's enough. Nice try, but...
Again, Tabiti going to the body. Nice right uppercut, left hook combination. And again, Tabiti scoring from the inside.
And here, it's just a matter of Steve Cunningham's punch is much wider than Tabiti's, and that's not the posture.
He's got the long arms.
He's not maximizing
but he used to be a better
advantage.
inside fighter. He used to be a better inside fighter.
Sometimes a 6-inch step to the left or right or even backwards makes the difference between landing and smothering, you know? He's just not setting that distance correctly, even on the inside. Sometimes it's just a matter of inches.
Get your arm. Don't hold with one and hit with the other. Stop! No, stop means stop. It's a little bit late. A little bit after stop.
Right near the end of the round, these two fighters would engage.
Stop! No, stop.
Overhand right,
stop.
and that was on the break. And Jay Nady with a warning to
Who
beat.
you are? You don't need to be slugging in there. You ain't Mike Tyson. All right, baby. Know your identity. Keep him in the end of your jab, see? Keep on boxing. Keep on boxing.
The penultimate round, round number 9, scheduled for 10. And so far, what do you think about Andrew Tabiti's performance, Al?
Andrew Tabiti has fought I think, an exceptionally disciplined and good fight and used all the tools that he has at his disposal. And I think defensively, granted Steve Cunningham's 41, not quite the fighter he was, but it is a step up, and I think defensively Tabiti has been excellent here tonight. By the way, in the last round, Tabiti landed 20 punches according to Showstat. That was his high for the fight.
Battle cry from Steve Cunningham, adjustments he needs to make to get back into this fight, Paulie.
Oh, he needs to shorten up his punches, number one. He needs to punch. Oh, nice body shot.
Beautiful combination again, and Tabiti just really blitzing the body with his attack. Finish your thought, Paulie.
Yeah, he needs to change the look. He needs to use the feints on the way in, not smother himself on the way in, and try to get off first. See how Tabiti's first most of the time with his jab. Got to try to be first here, but you got to be first with sharp shots. Otherwise, you're getting countered.
Al, you had mentioned the limited amount of experience Tabiti's previous opponents have had, and the most experienced opponent being Steve Cunningham, and he's putting in work tonight, getting those necessary rounds for growth.
He is. Interestingly, he said to us, and of course there's still potentially time for him to do it, he wanted to be the first cruiserweight to knock out Steve Cunningham. Cunningham has never been stopped by a cruiserweight. It doesn't look like that is probably going to happen, but he has worked very hard and is performing very well. We are assuming Tabiti is ahead in this fight. Steve
Never
Farhood.
assume anything, right?
Yes, Steve Farhood, our unofficial score, has him ahead, but we'll see how the judges look at it.
It's supposed to make something out of you and me when you assume something.
You gotta be blind not to have Tabiti up in this fight, though.
I understand. Simply pointing out.
And we have seen blind judges before.
Yes.
According to our unofficial score, Steve Farhood, he has Andrew Tabiti well ahead.
Tabiti's been 10 rounds once before. We mentioned, of course, Cunningham's been 12 rounds 12 times and 10 rounds 4 times, so he's used to this limit.
It's not for lack of trying on Cunningham's part.
No.
It's just a little slower.
Yes.
And he's not utilizing his reach advantage at all.
He's plotting, Tabiti it takes away that reach advantage with nice little feints and jabs and nice double jabs. He goes up and down, so he keeps Cunningham off balance and confused.
Is there an impetus, Paulie, on an event of this magnitude and being put on this card where you might want to see Tabiti get more active down the stretch, or is this just another great night at the office, a learning experience?
Well, here's the thing, it's a great win for him because it's a step-up win, as Al pointed out, and so it's the biggest win on his career. So it's a great win. But of course, if you're making comparisons to Evander Holyfield, I think at this point Evander Holyfield will be pushing the fight a little bit more, right? I think he had a little bit more fight in him. Not to say that Tabiti's not a quality guy. He's just a little bit more defensive-minded.
All you need to do right now is keep this in his face. Down, down, right hand to the body. That's all you gotta do. See, watch what I say, dude. Keep using the jab like you're doing. And then roll them hands up in them knees, keep them at your range. Double the jab up, don't overshoot, double the jab up, try that shot up. Move the hands, let me see your speed this way. They don't think you got it, because you're older. Let's go, Red Boy. Steve, nothing, Steve. Come on, man, it's your time. We're gonna touch gloves.
Thank you.
The 2 touch gloves, a sign of sportsmanship as the 10th and final round gets underway here at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas as we get our night started. It will culminate with a once-in-a-lifetime clash, the social media super fight between Floyd Money Mayweather, looking to go 50-0, I guess, Al, against Conor McGregor, a former or 2-division champion in the UFC who has maybe the greatest self-belief I've ever seen in any human being.
That's true, and it's a fight that really was created in many respects through social media, and we will see it happen this evening. Tabiti, the cruiserweight division is a division that is punctuated by fighters who are active, who throw a lot of punches. Tabiti is doing a very good job here tonight. When he gets in against the upper echelon cruiserweights, I assure you he has to throw more than the 289 punches he has thrown here tonight.
That's one thing about Tabiti's character. It's a little bit defensive-minded. What happens when somebody forces him to fight a little bit more? I would like to see it the next time. A guy who makes Tabiti fight when Tabiti doesn't want to fight. You reach that crunch moment. It doesn't mean he's not good enough to fight, because obviously he is.
Exactly.
But does he have it in his character to bite down a little bit when it's uncomfortable?
Yeah, he's coming off a 183-day break here, and he has preferred to take his time before opening up. But tonight has been methodical and kept it by the book.
But it's what he's not needed to do to win.
Sure.
So,
minute and a half left in the fight.
And in this round, he is stepping up the pace a bit.
Don't hit him in the back of the
Nady
head.
earlier gave him the second warning for holding, but I got to disagree with that warning. Cunningham fell in with his head, and it was more Tabiti trying to avoid a headbutt and pushing Cunningham's head down. but it got him his second warning, so one more for holding, and he's going to lose a point.
Tabiti using all of this ring. Obviously, he feels that he has done enough probably to win this decision and wants to make sure it doesn't get hit with anything.
Left hand that hits Tabiti, courtesy of Cunningham, who's challenging him to fight in the center of the ring.
It is frustrating when you can't catch up to a guy, but the ring is square. You gotta know how to get to him. Cutting the ring off and putting that pressure. There's ways of getting to it.
Storylines as well that will pertain to the main event.
That's true. Now, there's a double jab from Cunningham. It's way late in the fight, of course, but that was something that, when he did it, was very effective for him.
Shut up. Cunningham a little bit rough in there, raking that glove across the face.
Now, that is bad. Don't do that again.
That is bad, and what is not is Andrew Tabiti's record, although it appears he's going the distance for the third time. He's done enough to remain undefeated. And there's Steve USS Cunningham saluting the crowd.
That is his trademark move at the end of every fight. And for those people maybe seeing him for the first time, trust me, this man, he's at the end of the twilight of a career. He was an extraordinary cruiserweight who's had a terrific career.
Yeah, defeated Krzysztof Włodarczyk in 2006. Then that fight we mentioned, Troy Ross, but in tough tonight.
We will go inside the ropes and show you that what Tabiti did here this evening was very diverse. You see the jab to the body, jab to the head, and he threw some interesting combinations. There's the uppercut, followed by the left hook. So every part of his arsenal was at work. He went to the body, he went to the head. He used the jab as a rangefinder for the right hand, as you saw just a moment ago. And really, it was a very complete effort by Tabiti in this fight.
Our final show stats brought to you by Corona Extra.
And as you take a look at the total numbers thrown here, Tabiti, you know, he's economical with his punches and was able to get the most done with them, more than Steve Cunningham, obviously, and landed a very effective percentage of power punches.
So, with the official decision after 10 rounds of cruiserweight action to begin tonight's proceedings, here once again is Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 10 rounds of action, we go to the scorecards with a unanimous decision. Judges at ringside, Robert Hoyle and Tim Cheatham both scored about 97-93. Judge Eric Cheek sees the bout 100-90. All three in favor of the winner. He is now the USBA and NABF Cruiserweight Champion, Andrew the Beast Tabiti.
Andrew the Beast Tabiti collects the first real name on his resume, improving to 15-0, goes the distance for the third time in his career. 27 years of age, and continues his rise in a competitive cruiserweight division.
Yeah, he showed a lot of skills and was able to control these rounds, and he is moving toward contention in that division.
Steve USS Cunningham falls to 29-9-1, and again we welcome the stars on the T-Mobile Magenta carpet tonight, including, well, stars of Ray Donovan, and what a season it has been thus far, and what a powerhouse actress Paula Malcolmson is. Don't want to give away any spoilers, but also good to see Dash Mihawk. Let's just hug it out, Al, with Jeremy Piven, who is Ari Gold on Entourage.
Do he ever represent you?
Hey, we be wilding out with Nick Cannon. on the magenta carpet, courtesy of T-Mobile. Always in sartorial nirvana. There's one of the all-time greats in NASCAR, Jeff Gordon, and his significant other. And of course, a lot of champions, including Super Bowl champ, three-time Super Bowl champion Michael Irvin.
Where did he get that belt?
He looks like he could go.
Let me go out and do this thing.
Hey, the money belt's on the line later tonight.
Yeah.
I wonder what the $1 Million Man has to say about that. So Andrew Tabiti heads back to the locker room, victorious, getting the night started successfully for Mayweather Promotions.
Thank you.
All right, checking out the judges' scores from the 3 judges chosen by the Nevada State Athletic Commission. All 3 saw it, of course, for Tabiti, as did our unofficial scorer, Steve Farhood.
Mo, interesting that Judge Cheek had a 10-zip for Tabiti, but Cunningham won a couple of rounds late on a couple of cards. Otherwise, Tabiti had this fight won at the halfway mark. Judges agreed on 5 of the 10 rounds, and really it was over at the halfway mark. Tabiti hung on and took a unanimous decision victory, and a deserved one.
All right, we're just getting started here, and just like rising rapper Cardi B, who performed at the official weigh-in, all these fighters are making money moves, Mr. Brian Custer.
You're right about that. Cardi B was certainly like that. Listen, you saw how the judges scored the fight. You tweeted your results at Showtime Boxing on Twitter, and 71% of you were right along with the judges and believed Andrew Tabiti certainly won this fight. You know, Andrew Tabiti just too young, too fast for Steve Cunningham, who's had a wonderful career. I just would like to see him vary his offense. It seemed like he loaded up on a lot of stuff, which you could basically anticipate if you're fighting him. Andrew Tabiti, a number of people considered him a top prospect in that cruiserweight division. I think you can now move him over in the contender category now at the 200-pound weight limit. Well, our first fight is in the books as we head towards the main event. Floyd Mayweather versus Conor McGregor. You know, McGregor has held 2 UFC titles. First man to accomplish this feat. Conor has had 24 professional MMA bouts, winning 21 of those fights. But tonight, it's about the sweet science, as Conor McGregor will make his professional boxing debut. Now, few have been able to successfully make that transition from the MMA cage to the boxing ring. And with that in mind, Paulie Malignaggi and UFC Hall of Famer Pat Miletich stepped into the squared circle to break down the adjustments an MMA fighter must make to become a boxer.
Paulie, I'm the MMA fighter. Fix me in the basic bullet points. What do I have to fix to go from MMA to boxing?
First thing we're going to go over is some of the footwork.
So Paulie, an MMA fighter, is going to stand squared up like this with a wider stance to defend against the kicks. Got to deal with takedowns from a wrestler, things like that. In a boxing match, it's not going to work.
While you're more squared up, you're going to give me the entire arsenal as far as if I want to hook, you're going to give me this jab to the stomach, you're going to give me a jab to the head. Now, if your weight is transitioned correctly and your shoulder is leading towards me, now I have a smaller target. You're more protected staying at an angle.
Okay. High-level boxers have incredible head movement. Explain the reason for that.
In boxing, it's best to make the punch miss by as little as possible. The head movement is most effective when you can punch over.
So if my jab slides past you here,
I can come back over the top.
Right.
It's a mental pressure as well. You say you throw a combination, nothing lands cleanly. I'm still in your face. But with mixed martial arts, there's a difference because too much head movement can get you kicked, right? So what happens?
The head movement in MMA, people are afraid of a shin bone coming up and crushing them. Head movement's not a bad thing in MMA either. It's just you have to, exactly what you're talking about, shrink it down.
We spoke about the fundamental differences in stances, right? The jab now kind of plays into this. In a boxing stance, you're pushing off the back foot and you're driving the jab. It looks like it's coming from the elbow, right? Because you're bending it, but in reality, the shot is coming from your back, from your shoulder. You're driving. Do they do that in mixed martial arts, or is that a less used form of it and now has to be corrected coming to boxing?
If a jab hits like this, instead of like a piston going in, there's going to be give here instead of in their body.
Right.
So besides the absolute top strikers in MMA, you've got to correct everything about it.
Boxing match, 20 by 20 foot ring. It's not a cage. working off the cage is different than working off the ropes.
You could spar for 12 rounds with me with your body on the ropes. MMA fighters generally aren't comfortable against the surface because that's where a lot of damage is done.
And also there's less give, right, on the cage as opposed to the rope?
There is no give against the cage. It's like a cheese grater when you get ground on it.
So you don't even want to lean on it
No.
as opposed to the rope. So you can give some of these.
Yeah.
Both Mayweather and McGregor are very confident guys.
McGregor, of course he's younger, of course he's bigger, of course he's a lefty, but more than anything, McGregor's confidence is the thing that he brings into this fight that gives him that chance to become the first guy to defeat Floyd Mayweather.
Joined now by my Showtime colleague, Paulie Malignaggi, and listen, a very special welcome to one of UFC's all-time greats, highly respected MMA analyst, Pat Miletich. How are you, Pat?
Good, thank you, Brian.
Hey, great to be with you here on the broadcast. Watching that piece, which was great by you two, really insightful. One question I have for you, explain to the people how different the training was for Conor McGregor, especially for this fight compared to an MMA fight.
Well, obviously you're throwing out the grappling arch, you're throwing out the kicking. The arms are the only thing you have as weapons in boxing. You've got to do a lot more aerobic training, less anaerobic training, and stay busy on the rhythm training. The speed work with the hands is very important. Also, you know, a lot of things with feints and fakes. MMA fighters are not great masters at feints and fakes. Boxers are that, and that enables me to land punches on my opponent that they don't see coming, Brian. That's very important. And also the head movement, not only mastering the head movement, but understanding that a great boxer will be moving his head when he's done with a combo, punch where his head is going, not where it is. And also, if you're not going to be doing that, attack at the exact same time a great boxer is throwing, because a lot of times that's the only time you're going to catch him.
So obviously the training vastly different for Conor for this fight.
Absolutely. One thing to point out about that, attack at the same time, that's where the feints come in. If a guy tries to punch with you, you start to feint at him, and he's punching at air.
Yes.
But also another thing to keep in mind, it's the sparring. A lot of times in boxing training camps, especially for a big professional fight, you're sparring very hard every couple of days. So the sparring is very intense, a lot more intense than a lot of mixed martial artists that I know we're talking about their sparring. You know, it's actually violent. It's actually almost like a fight. The gloves are bigger, but you're doing that every 2 days. You got to get your body used to that and your mind used to that.
You know, MMA is so much about leverage. You know, you want to get your hands on someone. How much do you think Conor will get away with in this kind of fight, getting his hands on Mayweather?
I'm sure that the referee tonight will be looking for things out of Conor McGregor, but there are things you can do. You can push down on the forearms to wear out those delt muscles, those punching muscles of a striker in an MMA match, and I'm sure McGregor's going to try that against Mayweather. Also, blocking that knee with your knee so that it'll lock the leg out when I snap his head down, get a lot more action out of things. Blocking the leg on the outside, using my forehead to push on the sternum, get him off balance so he's stumbling so I can land big shots. A lot of things that you can get away with.
You know, the interesting, and I know you've been asked this, people said, what about in the fight if Conor just does something, throw an elbow, throw a kick? Listen, there's a very costly 7-figure penalty for Conor McGregor if he does something like that. What about Robert Byrd? He's the official tonight. He's been known to be more lenient with fighters, letting them fight in the clinch.
Well, I'll tell you what, Robert Byrd is going to be a big impact in this fight tonight because Conor does a lot of the things that Pat was talking about. But you can get away with that in boxing, but it's got to be short. Little touch, little push down on the head, quick, let it go, you know, when you get your shot off, whatever. Conor tends to do that stuff, but he tends to hold it too much or do some of that too much. Boxers do the same little tricks on the inside, but they're subtle. If you can get away with it in a subtle fashion where you're mixing it in with punches, it's good. You got to also be careful. All this little touching and pushing, you got punches coming back at you. You don't want to get punched in the mouth while you're doing it. So it's an alertness there as well.
I tell you, that piece you guys did, very insightful. Appreciate it, guys. By the way, folks, our main event arrivals, they are sponsored by Zeta Jet and Floyd Mayweather. Well, he told us in our fighter meeting, he knows his legacy. The reputation of boxing is on the line tonight. He said that's why he owes it to the sport to knock Conor McGregor out. And in his words, quote, make this McGregor's first and last fight as a boxer, end quote. Our main event, it's later tonight. Floyd Mayweather versus Conor McGregor. Let's go back ringside now.
All right, Brian, here we are in Las Vegas, the fight capital of the world, and all eyes of the sporting entertainment world will be on this telecast tonight. And Nathan Cleverly making the trip from the pond, a two-time champion at light heavyweight, defending the title against a former 168-pound champ. Badou Jack moving back up to light heavyweight, fresh off a candidate for Fight of the Year against James DeGale in that 168-pound title unification bout. Here's Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we present the first of our world title attractions. Please welcome to the ring, at this time, the challenger, former world champion from Las Vegas, Badou, Jack the Ripper.
33-year-old Badou Jack, the only boxer to represent his father's native, the Gambia. And Al, we alluded to the fact that earlier this year, he and James DeGale engaged in a spirited scrap for the 168-pound title unification. It was a draw, but he feels very comfortable in challenging for this weight class.
Yeah, moving up in weight, and he's at 33, doesn't have time to waste. Can't have a bunch of tune-up fights, and here he is in against a top light heavyweight with a title right away.
Right there, love you.
And now making his way to the ring, here is the defending WBA light heavyweight champion of the world from Cardiff, Wales, Nathan Cleverly.
While Andre Ward may hold the more recognized super version of the WBA title, Nathan Cleverly is the WBA World Light Heavyweight Champion. Al, WBA tends to give away championships like you get samples at a Costco. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
now,
a little
but Cleverly though,
yeah,
very worthy of this title race.
Yeah, he's a top light heavyweight. Formerly fought at the cruiserweight division for 3 or 4 fights. He wanted this fight. You know, he won that version of the WBA title, and he targeted Badou Jack. He knew Jack was moving up in weight. He wanted to fight on this scene, on this pay-per-view, and Cleverly believes at age 30, a win over Jack will put him in the upper echelon of the light heavyweight division and get him another important fight.
You need a high ring IQ to become a champion. Well, he has a high IQ, period. A degree in mathematics. He once took a class in numerical solutions of elliptic differential equations at Cardiff University. I was going to do the same thing, Al.
I think I took that at Illinois.
Our tale of the tape is brought to you by Corona Extra.
As we look at this, we see some interesting things. Badou Jack moving up in weight from 168. He weighed in at 174.5 earlier today. Ironically, even though, as I mentioned, Cleverly has even been up to cruiserweight, 200 pounds, it's Badou Jack who gained more weight by the time they weighed in here tonight, and he will weigh 5 pounds more than Cleverly. That's really intriguing.
With the official introductions for this light heavyweight title fight, let's go back to Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, we present our next special attraction, World Championship Boxing. And it's all brought to you by Mayweather Promotions, MGM Resorts, and Showtime Pay-Per-View, sponsored by Corona Extra. Corona invites you to find your beach. This bout is sanctioned by the WBA, the President Gilberto Jesus Mendoza, Supervisor Miguel Prado. Introducing our judges, scoring from ringside. From Villa Park, California, Max DeLuca. From Las Vegas, Nevada, Patricia Morse-Jarman. And from Suffield, Connecticut, Don Torella. Introducing our third man of the ring, the referee in charge. He will be giving instructions after the introductions, Tony Weeks. All right, fans, here we go. 12 rounds of boxing for the WBA Light Heavyweight Championship of the World. Introducing to you first the challenger, fighting out of the red corner, wearing black trunks with gold trim, fighting out of Las Vegas by way of Stockholm, Sweden. He weighed in at 174.5 pounds. His record stands at 20 wins, 1 loss and 3 draws, with 12 wins coming by way of knockout. Tonight, he is stepping up in weight and making his 5th world title appearance. Here is the challenger and former WBC super middleweight champion of the world, Badou Jack the Ripper. And the defending champion across the ring in the blue corner, wearing gold trunks with black trim, fighting out of Cardiff, Wales. He weighed in at 174 1/4 pounds. His record stands at 30 wins, 3 losses, with 16 wins coming by way of knockout. In his 8th world title appearance, introducing the 2-time world champion and the current WBA light heavyweight champion of the world, introducing Nathan Cleverly.
Turn up, baby, turn up.
Once again, our referee in charge, now to give instructions, Tony Weeks.
Okay, gentlemen, you both received your instructions in your dressing room. Okay. Right here is good. Right here is good. I want a good, clean fight. Obey my commands at all times. Above all, protect yourselves at all times. Let's go.
Tony Weeks is the 3rd man in the ring for this light heavyweight title fight scheduled for 12 rounds. Nathan Cleverly in the midst of his 2nd reign. Badou Jack looking to become a 2-division champion.
If you want to get to Badou Jack, you want to do it early. Edwards was able to knock him out in round 1. James DeGale in their last fight knocked him down early in the fight. So Cleverly, who's normally a quick starter, and look at him here, he knows you got to go after Badou Jack.
Nathan Cleverly is in the gold with black trunks. Badou Jack is in the black with gold trunks. And left hand scores for Jack as he goes to the body with a right hand.
These are 2 of the best body punchers in boxing.
Oh yeah, Badou Jack
amazing.
loves to attack the body like it's filled with candy.
And his variation on his offense, he's gotten so much better through the years, and the way he varies up top, downstairs. They're such sneaky body shots. One thing, they go to the body, but they sneak them in there so they get between the gloves. Really something to watch.
Cleverly coming forward, both of them trying to establish the jab. Nice change up in Jack's jab, going to the head and then to the body.
I guarantee you this will be an entertaining match.
Well, it's already a great start.
And because they're both like to fight in the pocket. They both throw a lot of, Cleverly throws normally even more than Jack, but Jack's been very aggressive here in round 1.
Wow, shine that body. Jack really doing a nice job of going to the body, making that investment early, hoping that it will pay dividends later as he lands the right and another right hand.
Yeah, one over the top counter right, and then he led with the 1-2. Cleverly bringing the fight, though. Jack's sharp, but Cleverly bringing it.
Minute and a half gone in what has been a fantastic start to this light heavyweight title fight. Both fighting at close quarters, both establishing the jabs, utilizing combinations at different points.
And both really calm. I see at the close quarters, really calm. Not a lot of holding. They're comfortable fighting at the close quarters. It takes a lot of skill to fight at this close quarters and not hold and not try to smother, be calm enough to make the work happen.
Jack has found a home for that right hand, a very important punch for him.
Oh, nice jab by Cleverly that popped Jack's head back like a proverbial Pez dispenser. Cleverly started boxing when he was 11, had 36 amateur fights. For Badou Jack the Ripper, he started a little later at 17, had 150 fights in the unpaid ranks. And you remember that pro boxing was banned in his native Sweden now from 69 to 2007.
Yeah, exactly. He speaks both Swedish and English.
He's trying to find a home for that counter right hand. He's landed a few times over the top of Cleverly. Hasn't put a lot of weight behind it. It's been mostly just a positioning, but if he started timing it better, he's going to start putting more weight behind it. And again,
Jack leads the attack to the body with the right hand and lands with a nice left hook.
There's an uppercut from Cleverly. He's got a good one. He needs to use it in this fight.
Jack really focusing his attack on the body, but also it's like a pitcher, right? Changing up those pitches.
Yeah, and Cleverly comes with a couple hooks to the body himself.
Oh, nice right hand by Cleverly. And another right aggressive finish for Cleverly.
Some bravado from both fighters, and Cleverly made some things happen at the end of that round. Let's take a look at the keys to victory for these 2 fighters, and we will begin with Cleverly. Throw with conviction. Sometimes he doesn't. He did at the end of that round. I mentioned the body work. He, like Badou Jack, he likes to go downstairs, and he is very effective at it. The punch we didn't see yet, but I guarantee you it will start to emerge, is his uppercut. He's in range to throw it. We look at Badou Jack, and we think about the fact that there have been fights, though you wouldn't know it from this first round, where he has had lulls and not punched enough. Going downstairs important. We saw his body punching. It's spectacular. And we saw the right hand land on many occasions. This is a really good style matchup.
The bell in round 2, and they immediately meet in the center of the ring and start throwing punches cleverly with a sharp jab. But Jack strafing him to the body and landing that left hook to the liver again. Jack just touching up cleverly with body shots before going upstairs.
I thought that last 40 seconds of the round were important for Cleverly, though, because he was able to land some really nice right hands and show Jack that he belongs.
Jack negating all of that right here in the first 30 seconds of the second.
He's done very well, but
watch the
Cleverly
little subtleties of Jack. As he's punching, he's also stepping around, stepping to the side, but he's not moving away too far, so he can still stay in range to punch. Watch how he does it. He's a little short circles. They've done a return jab by Cleverly to reset the distance, but watch when Jack gets into combination mode. He'll just take little steps to the sides to continue the combination.
Jack's moving more in this fight than we normally see.
Right uppercut was caught by Cleverly's arm. Man, Cleverly has been involved in record-breaking fights. The one against Andrew Fonseca, Al, where they shattered show stats for the division.
1,413 punches thrown by the two men in that fight.
I think the guys who were handling show stats that night are now suffering from carpal tunnel syndrome.
They've had to apply for some medical assistance.
There's a nice pivot, the step around by Jack, and lands to the body effectively. Really good stuff here from Badou Jack in round 2. Nathan Cleverly coming back.
See, Cleverly's ready to work anytime you're in front of him.
And he caught Jack with a nice right cross.
That's why it's important for Jack to get around him.
You see Cleverly's trying to mix in that uppercut. Cleverly, though, needs to really set down on these punches, because some of these are arm punches, and you're going to have to throw with conviction to really get something done against Jack.
I'll tell you, you're right, Al, but I'll tell you what prevents him from sitting down the way he wants to is those little side steps by Jack. He keeps Cleverly picking up his feet again and again.
Cleverly Jack doing a good job of blocking a lot of these punches by Cleverly. Lands a nice 1-2.
Well, if you want to box, for the folks watching at home, and not everybody watching us tonight sees boxing all the time, this is what you want. And you want two guys standing in front of each other, fighting a lot.
And going into this event, many people thought that this would be the most competitive and entertaining fight.
Took the words out of my mouth, Mar. I was just thinking that.
Yeah,
I was thinking, Al said it yesterday at the fighter meetings that Jack's team got mad for saying it was going to be good.
They said it was not going to be as they would dominate, but you know, it's a fun fight.
30 seconds left in the second round. Both fighters have had their moments, but Jack, as my analysts have alluded to, a lot more power, sitting down more on his punches than Cleverly.
Again, look at the skill for these two guys. They're right at range, and they're not holding, they're not smothering, they're literally trying to fight at this range. It takes a lot of skill to fight at this range, especially consistently.
Beautiful and brutal. That's what the Hurt Business is all about. This is the theater of truth, as Cleverly and Jack warming up here in this light heavyweight title fight. So, the reason the eyes of the sporting and, let's face it, the entertainment, the whole world is stopping tonight is the main event, and the arrival sponsored by Zeta Jet, the styling and profiling notorious Conor McGregor. Less than 5 years ago, he was collecting welfare checks. Tonight, he will collect one of the biggest checks in combat sports history. A man who has willed his way to success. You know what? Nostradamus may have a new name in Mystic Mac, because everything that he's predicted, almost everything, has come true. And when it came to putting together the money fight, he conceived it, he believed it. Conor McGregor has achieved it, but he is the ultimate underdog tonight.
And when his picture was shown on the screen here, this crowd erupted.
Oh, it's the land of the Irish, Las Vegas this weekend.
Oh my gosh, a lot of green here.
A lot of green up for grabs as well.
That's right. Time. Get over there. Over there. Time in. Let's go.
Round 3 of this light heavyweight title affair.
Cleverly has never fought in Las Vegas, and he wants desperately to make his mark here and in the United States. He thought Las Vegas is my favorite place on the planet, so he loves it here. So he'd like to come up with a winning performance.
And guys, we get a lot of opportunity tonight, especially to earn our keep. This is the kind of matchup so far you almost just want to sit back and marvel at as a fan. But amazing stuff, Paulie. And both of them, again, just staying at close quarters, staying in the pocket, keeping it fresh and entertaining.
Yep, and again, little side steps, subtle side steps making a big difference for Jack. You know, because it keeps Cleverly from planting too much, and it keeps Cleverly confused a little bit from the change of angles of Jack's offense. But again, close enough and at that distance where there's a constant panic in your mind if you're not a relaxed fighter. Both guys are relaxed enough to be at this distance.
Nice three-punch combination culminating with a body shot by Jack. Again, using the left hand upstairs before going downstairs to the body.
You know, Jack has beaten two very fine, beat one fighter, George Groves, and had a draw with James DeGale, both British 168-pounders. And Cleverly said, because of that, Jack, well known in my country, and that's another reason why I wanted to fight him and try and beat him.
Another Jack the Ripper terrorizing the Brits.
Yeah, true. This one, not so terribly, though.
A minute and a half left in the third round. Cleverly just... He's connecting, he's scoring, but again, a lot of arm punches, like you mentioned.
You know what the thing with Cleverly? He's coming at the same speed every time. Same look, the same speed.
Oh, and Jack catches him again upstairs.
While Jack has a little bit of variations with his levels, he's up and down, his distances, his subtle side steps. You know, he's a little bit more creative. Cleverly, not as creative. He's not for lack of effort, but he's a little less creative.
Are you surprised at Jack's output in this fight at 175
Yes, he's throwing more. That's a very good point, Mauro. He's throwing more punches than we normally see from him. He's up to almost 200 in this fight, and he's being very active.
Oh, nice upper by Jack there. Sees gloves in great position to block, but then he knows how to change the positioning when he's punching.
Cleverly leaning in, trying to score on the inside. Jack doing a good job of rolling and slipping those shots.
I talked about Cleverly's uppercut, but it's been Jack's uppercut that's been effective in this fight.
Look at the subtle things Jack does at this distance. Look at the little feints even.
Yes.
In between all those little punches, he's changing angles, he's feinting even, changes speed right there. You see sometimes he's tapping you, then all of a sudden he comes with some speed. That's what Cleverly needs to do. He needs to change up things a little bit. He's coming at the same speed with the same look every time.
Final 15 seconds of the third round. A short body shot by Jack before he goes upstairs again. Cleverly scores with a jab, misses with the right hand, but both of them punching to the final bell of this round. All right, Money Mayweather coming out of retirement. Let's go to Jim Gray.
All right, Mo, back in the locker room here with Floyd Money Mayweather. Floyd, you've had 714 days since your last fight.
Yes.
You concerned at all about rust now that the time is here?
No, you know, I had a tremendous training camp. I'm ready to fight. It's here. It's finally here, you know, the biggest fight in history. And it's about going out there and doing what I do best.
People have seen you roller skating. Everybody who's watched All Access, people have seen you doing a much different training camp. So the concern arises, have you taken this lightly?
No, not at all. You know, we chose to show, you know, different things. We chose to show things with me, with my family, just doing different things this training camp. I think the world for 21 years have seen nothing but training videos. So we decided to show something different on this All Access.
You said tonight's going to be a knockout. Why do you say that?
Y'all constantly ask me the same questions over and over and over again. For everybody that's tuning in right now on the pay-per-view, I want to say thank you. And it's going, like I said before, it's not going the distance.
I'll ask you one last time then, and you haven't been asked this. Now that the promotion's over, they've either bought it or they haven't. Do you think this guy can fight?
This is a record-breaking fight. Conor McGregor can fight. Floyd Mayweather can fight. It's time to go out there and get the fans excited.
Floyd, best of luck. We'll talk to you after the fight.
Thank you.
Mo, back out to you.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. Both Conor McGregor, both Floyd Mayweather and Floyd Mayweather have said the fight will not go the distance. It is scheduled for 12 3-minute rounds under the Marcus of Queensberry rules. It's a boxing match coming up in the main event, and what a boxing match we have for you here in this light heavyweight title fight. The fourth round, Nathan Cleverly making the defense of his secondary title against Badou Jack, who's moved up again to 175.
And in the last round, Badou Jack threw 91 punches. I think that's probably the most punches he's ever thrown in one round in his career.
Nice
couple of good hooks by Jack.
Yep.
He is really, it's a sterling performance by him.
Yeah, Jack putting the pressure and starting to tag Nathan Cleverly.
And you see again the change of speed, a little short hooks, a little subtle speed, and then all of a sudden the rip of speed. You know, the creativity of Jack, very, very important.
Cleverly has been down 3 times, all 3 times against former light heavyweight champion Sergey Kovalev.
Cleverly said, you know, I let my heart rule my head sometimes, and he does that by laying on the inside and not using some of the boxing skills he has, which he could use some of the time and still get in the inside.
Early on, and I know it's still early, one of Badou Jack's most impressive performances is the way that he is diversifying his attack and the composure and the placement and the focus. And there's a nice left hook of right hand.
He's breaking Cleverly down, guys.
Yes,
Cleverly is not as active. He looks starting to look a little bit more lumbering here. See how this fight progresses. Starting to lose that snap on his shots too, is Cleverly.
Jack 20 with 1 loss, 3 draws, 12 knockouts.
Look how calm he is inside. Look at that.
Cleverly 30-3, 16 knockouts.
Look how relaxed he is. This is a very dangerous distance to fight at. He's been fighting at this distance the whole fight, and look how relaxed he is. Alert, both the defense and the offense. I mean, you're in punching range of everything here, but he's so calm. It's like he's in his living room. He's doing the work great.
2000 Olympian from the Gambia. Jack won the 168-pound world title in 2015, defeating then unbeaten Anthony Durrell. And now he just caught Cleverly again.
And that left hook's starting to find the hole in this round. Look at those body shots.
Those body shots continue to break down Nathan Cleverly here as Badou Jack just teeing off on the light heavyweight champion. Ali has him on the ropes, literally and figuratively.
Yeah, he has punched in this round so well and been so accurate.
The body shot slowing down Cleverly, and he make him more of a target to the head. Look at the blood coming out of the nose now.
Sublime round from Badou Jack. And bloody nose for Nathan Cleverly's efforts in that ill-fated round.
We talked about Cleverly having a good uppercut, but Badou Jack has used the punch so effectively during the course of this fight. He'll get on the inside, use the hook, and then that was actually the hook that he used, not the uppercut. And he will later on in the round show us that action on the inside. There's the uppercut that we were talking about. And the left hook, of course, continued to be a big issue for Cleverly, and that created some of the bleeding from the nose.
Look at those body shots too, Al. The reason Cleverly's becoming more and more hittable to the head is because he's fatiguing from the body attack Jack is dishing out.
And immediately Badou Jack goes back on the attack here in round number 5, mixing it up, really trying to obliterate Cleverly's organs with those body shots.
And I said that Jack threw 91 punches in the previous round, and that was the most he ever threw. He threw 99 in the last round. So.
Simply sublime performance for Badou Jack, picking apart Nathan Cleverly, scraping his body.
Look at the creativity, the touches, the shots he's putting weight on. Watch, look at the difference. He's touching some, then he's putting weight on some. He's touching some, he's putting weight on some. Change of speed, change of even positioning, and change of weight on the shots.
Offensively and defensively, Jack putting on a clinic here in round number 5 throughout the fight. An effortless transition thus far back to light heavyweight.
Even though he's so close.
Look at the body shot landed, Al, the discrepancy.
Yeah, and again, with facing a fighter in Cleverly who likes to go to the body, but Badou Jack has owned that.
And going downstairs was one of Al Bernstein's keys to victory, sponsored by Corona Extra. And Badou Jack, well, he's been certainly sticking to that game plan, and it's an effective one.
You know what it is, Al? Cleverly wants to go to the body, but he's so busy protecting himself, he can't go to the head or to the body.
Yeah, precisely.
Jab by Jack. Cleverly just shelling up, not returning fire, not getting an opportunity to return fire as he's being tattooed by Badou Jack.
And people are going to say, oh, wow, look at all the punch stats of Jack. He's throwing so many punches, but not all of them have all the weight on them.
And left hook countered by Cleverly. It does not stop the forward progression of Badou Jack.
Some shots are just set-up shots to set up the harder ones, and the harder ones are being set up really well.
The other thing about Badou Jack is he's become a better defensive fighter. Nice right by Cleverly, but he has become better and better defensively. And so even though his offense looks great tonight, he's fought well defensively as well.
Under a minute left in the fifth, and Jack continues to headhunt Nathan Cleverly.
They gotta stop considering stopping this thing, man.
Tony Weeks, referee, looking on.
Cleverly not even answering back. It's such long periods of time. There he goes now.
It's all Badou Jack here in round 5. Cleverly, though, valiantly trying to fight back, but then eats another body shot.
He's bending more lower and lower. Why is he doing that? He doesn't want to get hit with any more body shots, so he's trying to take away the body from Jack, and it's opening up for the uppercuts. There he is again.
15 seconds, and it's over. Tony Weeks has seen enough, and Badou Jack, in his return to the light heavyweight division, has just bagged another belt.
Terrific performance.
Bitter disappointment for Cleverly, who you see being tended to. Wanted to come here and impress and keep that version of the WBA title that he has. It did not work out for him, but for this man, a step up to the light heavyweight division was flawless. Part of it was he was fighting a man with the perfect style for him, but he fought extraordinarily well and threw a volume of punches that we had not seen from Badou Jack.
Badou Jack the Ripper ripped to the body and has now become a light heavyweight titleist. And what a division, the light heavyweight division. We have Andre Ward. He actually did call out Adonis Stevenson. And what a fight that would be after this performance.
You bet.
Of course, Andre Ward.
Andre Ward is a terrific fighter.
Considered the man.
He's the man in the light heavyweight division.
I'm bloody.
We'll take a look back at this before we think forward. We'll look backwards and look at this fight. Cleverly was hung up on the ropes, and the thing that's great about this too is the patience and setting up the punches by Badou Jack, using that double touch jab to set up the right hand and looking very carefully here. Even though Cleverly's trying to counter off the ropes, Badou Jack was waiting for his opportunity, still covering up and doing a good job defensively. Then when the opportunity came, landing that really nice right hand, that was a seminal moment in this fight, because that was the punch that really hurt Cleverly, and I think got Tony Weeks thinking about stopping this fight, and in fact, that's where he did it.
And what a stage to put on such a brilliant performance by Badou Jack. You know, this is a card that the world is watching. And
absolutely.
Really, he made not only a statement win, but a great time to have this statement
and
win.
in 2017, he produced one of the fights of the year against James DeGale in what has been a great year for boxing. He shows you why he's one of the stars. The show stats demonstrate to us not only the number of punches Jack threw, for him to outthrow Cleverly is a big surprise, and landing power punches at 45%, again, many of them body punches, very impressive.
I told you so.
All right, let's make it official with Jimmy Lennon Jr.
That's how you end the fight, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time of 2 minutes 47 seconds in round number 5. Our referee in charge, Tony Weeks, stops the contest. He is the winner by way of technical knockout. He is the new WBA light heavyweight champion of the world, Badou Jack the Ripper.
So the new light heavyweight title holder is standing by with Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Mo. Congratulations to you, Badou.
Thank you.
How would you describe this feeling now to earn this championship, moving up in your first fight here?
It's a dream come true. My trainer here had the WBA. Now I got it.
He got it back for me.
He got to get the WBC.
He got it back for me.
You know, you had such a bitter draw
Yeah.
in your last fight against DeGale, and you were so upset with the judging. What did you learn from that experience and use to your advantage here?
You can't leave it in the hands of the judges. You got to go for the kill.
Why did you decide to take so much time off? To allow your body to get used to this weight?
No, we was negotiating. You know, who don't want to be on this big card like this? So everything happens for a reason.
Now you have said to us in our meeting you'd like to fight Andre Ward or Stevenson. What direction would you like to go? Which one first, if you could put it together?
I think Adonis Stevenson
Let's get it on. Unless you want a trilogy with Andre Fonfara, let's get it on. Let's fight somebody real.
You willing to go to Canada to do it?
I'd go anyway.
Congratulations, Badou.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Mauro, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Jim, as Badou Jack will be celebrating in his new hometown of Las Vegas tonight. He is now a 2-division champion.
I love you. Taylor, I love you. Lou, Steve, told you.
We'll go back and take a look at the keys to victory. And one of the things I mentioned was no lulls, no periods where he wouldn't be throwing punches. Badou Jack has actually, believe it or not, been guilty of that in the past. You wouldn't know it from this fight, where he threw cleverly in most of the rounds and got to 100 punches in one of the rounds. Look at the combination punching he's doing. He was very, very active, and I think it's really important as he moves up to light heavyweight. He may not stop some of these light heavyweights, though he was able to stop cleverly tonight, so he's going to need to be active, and he was that tonight.
And Badou Jack becomes the 8th 168-pound champion who has also won a title at light heavyweight, joining the likes of Sugar Ray Leonard, Thomas Hearns, Roy Jones, Iran Barkley, and Andre Ward. So a stellar outing for Badou Jack as he walks out of the T-Mobile Arena, as he enjoys some congratulations from another guy who was an incredible super middleweight, one of the best ever, Carl Froch. Let's go back to Brian Custer.
Thanks, Mo. That was impressive. You know, they call Badou Jack the Ripper for a reason, because he will devastate your insides, and man, he destroyed the body of Nathan Cleverly. He told us in our fighter meeting, moving up in weight, he's going to be bigger, he's going to be faster, a lot stronger. It was very evident he was all of that tonight against Nathan Cleverly. And if you look at Badou's career over the last year and a half, he's gotten better with every fight. When have you said that about someone who is 33, almost 34 years old at this world-class level? That's a feather in the cap for Badou Jack. Now another world title in his bag, and he's going to do some damage there at light heavyweight. Still ahead, Floyd Mayweather versus Conor McGregor. You know, McGregor is now without question the biggest star, biggest draw in the UFC. He also dreams big, and he's got no problem telling you exactly what's on his mind and how he's about to make those dreams come true. Which brings us to the biggest night of McGregor's career and the greatest test of his predictive powers.
Muhammad Ali once said, "He who is not courageous enough to take risks will accomplish nothing in life."
I take risks all the time. Every single fight I've taken a risk.
Never more so than now.
I have changed the whole game, inside out. It's a new time now.
To understand Conor McGregor's meteoric rise, not simply as a fighter, but as a transcendent icon.
Where's the Oscar? When you're good, you're good.
Holy shit, it's fucking Conor McGregor.
Observe the brash antics and raw predictions.
What you gonna do? You wanna do something? Sorry I'm late, I just don't give a fuck! He'll be too slow in there. Speed will stifle him.
I'm certainly going to toy with the young boy. I'm going to play with him.
His body is going to be screaming for oxygen, and I'm going to be still there in his face, cracking him with everything I have.
Panic is setting in. I sit back, smile, put him away in one round.
His facial structure will be rearranged after the fight.
I'm just saying what I am going to do to him, and then that's it. I'll say it to him now, and I will show him later.
I'll get the second world title, raise them up consecutively, enjoy the moment, and then we'll go from there.
Watch the Irishman work as he breaks another opponent, just as he said he would.
Go back through the interviews.
He will be KO'd inside the first round.
Go back through the footage, word for word, shot for shot. I see it and I speak it and I let it be known. And then I go out and make it happen.
Oh, he's hurt! Could he finish him here? It's all over! Conor McGregor!
And with great risk comes great reward.
The first man ever to hold 2 titles simultaneously. History-making performance by Conor McGregor.
I am a workhorse. I have built myself up and become who I am through hard work and through dedication.
His latest prediction is his boldest.
He is
But I'm gonna knock him out inside 4 rounds, mark my words.
Not only do I think I will beat him, I think I will also make it look easy.
And the battle is his greatest risk yet.
I am facing him under a specific set of rules that favor him, but that's what motivates me.
You can get it right now.
I feel when someone tells you you can't do something, that's when you must do something.
He's a runner, tip-top toes to a decision. He's boxing's biggest bitch.
I know he's afraid, and he should be afraid. This is the unknown here. He is petrified of what's coming.
Kick a fist on an elbow, baby.
Everyone can see the risks that I am taking. I will go in there and shock the world.
It's kill or be killed, that's what I say.
Conor McGregor versus Floyd Mayweather.
Well, one of the reasons Conor McGregor's so confident is because the gloves he'll be wearing. Conor demanded Mayweather fight him in 8-ounce gloves as opposed to the regulation 10-ounce gloves for a 154-pound fight. The Nevada Athletic Commission granted a waiver, and McGregor says Floyd will feel the full power of his left hand. Mayweather, see him there, says he got no issues fighting with the smaller gloves. In fact, he's fought the vast majority of his career in 8-ounce gloves. As for his motivation, Floyd says he's been fighting for most of his life to not only achieve wealth, but to revolutionize the sport of boxing.
This the lady that raised me, my grandmother. Everybody want to know where we learned how to fight from. My grandmother.
Every day when I'm in that gym, I think about where I come from. My grandmother used to clean offices. She bust her ass.
Don't be saying bad words around your grandmother.
Hey, that's for TV. You know we gotta use bad words for TV. That's what for TV. You know we gotta sell it.
I ain't don't say that.
It's for TV though.
Oh.
I had a rough life, but she gave me the best that she can give me.
Yep, I did.
I told her once I make it to a certain position, a certain point, she ain't had to work no more.
It was a long road, but it all paid off.
I had to become a man at a young age, at 16. At 16, I had to provide for myself. And every day, all I did was continue to dedicate myself to my craft, which was boxing. Get rides to the gym any way I can. If I had to take a bus, sometimes the snow came up past my knees. I was carrying a heavy bag on my back just to get to the gym, just to make things happen. I was brought to top rank as a teenager. Only thing I knew was to fight. You know, when the promoter is making more than the fighter, something is wrong. Finally, when I got free and became my own boss, I done things my way. That's when we started doing record-breaking numbers. The $1 billion effect. All the hotels that's sold out, all the rental cars, all the different shows on the strip, the food, the clothes, they got fight parties. I mean, those are the type of things that I bring to the table. I'm bringing in the money. I'm bringing in the millions. There are hundreds of millions. My fighters keeping the Mayweather brand alive, keeping that name alive, keeping that name at the top. You know, 30 and 40 years from now, the Mayweather promotion name is still going strong. I've changed not just the sport of boxing, but sports, period. Am I wrong for saying that I'm the best? Don't it also show? This is the Mayweather era. And in my era, I did it my way. I did it my way.
Well, joining me now is the IBF welterweight champion of the world. He's known as the Truth. Pride of Dallas, Texas, Errol Spence Jr. How you doing, champ?
I'm doing good. I'm doing all right. Staying in the gym, staying focused, and staying hungry.
I think that's one of the reasons why so many love you as a fighter. Look, you just saw that piece we did on Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah.
Just a few fights in your career. I understand you sparred with him for like a month. In your opinion, how has Floyd changed boxing?
From what I see, my aspect, he changed it from a business standpoint. I mean, he controls the lion's share, like he says. And, you know, he dictates the rules, and, you know, he gets most of the money. You know, he controls when he fights and how much money he makes. So that's what I see as a business standpoint.
All right, give us the tea. I heard them sparring sessions you had early in your career with him were like legendary.
Yeah.
In fact, I heard you sparred with him for like a month, and you even gave him a black eye. Is that true?
I don't know about that. You got to ask him.
How rough was it? What was that learning experience like fighting him?
It was tick for tack. It was like a real chess match. It was intense. It was like a real fight. He's very smart. He's very tricky. He does a lot of different things in there, man. He's mastered boxing. He's mastered it, and I think he's the best boxer out here. I think he's top 5 all-time great.
Now, the last time we saw you in the ring, it was in late May. You go over to England and face Kell Brook there in Sheffield. You not only get a victory, you stop him, take his title away. You're now the IBF welterweight champion of the world. So it begs the question, when are we going to see Errol Spence in the ring again?
Well, you should see me either early December or late November. Trying to find an opponent now is kind of hard. A lot of the guys not picking up the phone and answering the call.
Now listen, now that you're world champion,
yeah,
you should be able to pick some opponents here. If you had your druthers, who do you want to fight next?
The only fight that I think that I want is Keith Thurman. That's the fight I want, and that's the fight that the public wants. So I'm just waiting on Keith Thurman to come back so we can get it on.
What do you think happens in this main event here between Floyd and Conor McGregor?
Well, Floyd's been saying that he's gonna walk towards him. Floyd said he's gonna stop him. So I'm looking for aggressive Floyd. We haven't seen, Floyd saying that he's gonna knock somebody out since he fought the late Arturo Gatti.
Yeah.
So he's looking like he's gonna stop him. So I'm hoping that Floyd stops him and end it early. So we'll see.
Well, I tell you what, it's good to see you, man. I know a number of people can't wait to see you in the ring again. Best of luck to you, champ. Let's go to our Jim Gray now. Jim?
All right, Brian, thank you very much. We're back here with Conor McGregor, a very calm locker room as he just got wrapped up by his trainer, and the Nevada State Athletic Commission has been overseeing it. Conor, you weighed in at 153 pounds. That was a surprise to a lot of people that you made the weight. But what do you weigh tonight?
I didn't check, but I'd say close to 170.
Comfortable?
Very comfortable.
There was so much amp and hype even yesterday at the weigh-in, and tonight it's like a sea of calm in here. Why the big difference?
The weigh-ins, I enjoy the weigh-ins. I let the emotions fly, but I'm all business on fight night.
Okay, so as you walk out, those emotions won't get away from you there either?
No, I'm a seasoned veteran. I've been fighting under many different lights, under many different sports, so I'm comfortable in this.
You've been quite confident throughout this entire campaign. What has given you that confidence going against a man who's undefeated?
I do not care about his record or achievements. A fight is a fight. When you get in there, it's man versus man, and you're only as good as your last one. So, add to that my hard work, my focus, the dedication I put into this camp. That's where I get my confidence from.
Conor, what do you think you might have to do, particularly early in this fight, to establish yourself?
I'm going to go out and be myself. Free, spontaneous, creative, and paint a beautiful picture.
And in your mind's eye, how do you see that picture?
I see me truly outclassing this man and putting him asleep.
You've said it'll be a knockout within a couple of rounds. Went from 4 to 2 to 1. What's your feeling on that this evening?
I still feel inside one I will have the choice to let him out of there, but I may stretch it for a little bit longer.
Final thought. You said in our pre-fight interview that you get nervous, you get anxious, but it's an excitement that you feel that kind of gets you to that level where, that's a good feeling. Is that hit now?
You may be misquoting me a little bit.
Me? Never.
Yeah. I'm calm, comfortable. I'm excited to put on a performance for this side of the game. This is a different side of combat sport. They're all eager to see me, and I'm eager to perform for them and put on a show.
So no butterflies?
None.
Conor, best of luck. We'll talk to you after the fight.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, Brian, back upstairs to you.
Okay, Jim, thank you very much. Back here with Errol Spence Jr. So you heard that, very calm. What are you like before a big fight? What were you like before you went in the ring with Kell Brook? Is that the type of attitude you need to have, calm in your demeanor?
Yeah, you have to be calm. Even though I was nervous, I wasn't overly nervous, but you have to be calm and you have to be confident in your abilities. He said he had a great training camp. He's ready to knock Floyd Mayweather out, so we'll see.
How would you fight Conor McGregor?
With Floyd, I wouldn't change anything up. You know, Floyd's been in the game 21 years. He's seen pretty much every style. He has a deep amateur background. So I would just beat Floyd. If I was Floyd, I'd be a little bit more aggressive. You know, this is his first fight. He's nervous, regardless of how calm he looked. He is nervous in his first pro fight in this type of magnitude.
So since you've already sparred with Floyd, you know him very well. If you were advising Conor McGregor, how would you tell him to attack Floyd Mayweather?
His only chance is to come forward. He can't box. He can't box a master boxer like Floyd Mayweather. He has to come forward, he has to throw his punches, and he has to be relentless. That's his only chance of winning.
You know, you heard Conor McGregor say, I'm going to knock out Floyd Mayweather. You've heard Floyd Mayweather say, I'm going to knock out Conor McGregor. Do you believe this fight is going to end short?
I think it's going to end in a knockout. I don't know if it's going to end short, you know, because Floyd, he's cautious in the first couple rounds and try to fill the opponent out. But I think if Floyd gets the chance, I think Floyd would knock him out. If McGregor gets the chance, I think he'll try to knock out Floyd Mayweather. That's his only chance, and I think he knows that because he's been saying it. And he said the fight wouldn't last more than 3 rounds, so we'll see.
Well, you already said that you want to fight probably in December. So it looks like maybe let's say a tune-up fight before you get Keith Thurman at the beginning of next year.
Yeah, probably a tune-up fight. I don't really like to use the word tune-up. You know, it's probably a fight.
Well, Errol Spence Jr. out of Dallas, Texas, the IBF welterweight champion of the world. This is exciting. What do you think about this? I mean, you arrived here. What did you think about the atmosphere as you arrived here at the T-Mobile Arena?
The atmosphere is crazy. The Irish fans came out. They're coming out to support. They're cheering, they're chanting, and you know, it's going to be a great night. It's going to be electrifying when both fighters come out, and the ring walk is going to be electrifying too.
And how soon? How soon do you see Errol Spence in a fight of this magnitude?
Soon, man. Hopefully I can get a fight at home, fighting at the American Airlines Center. Or hopefully a couple years from now, fighting at Jerry World.
Yeah, I love that. How about that? It's always Texas with you, Errol Spence Jr. Appreciate the time, my friend.
Thank you.
All right, we'll have the call of our next fight with Mauro Ranallo in just a moment. But first, this very important message.
There's only one thing that separates the bad from the good from the great, the greats from the legends. Just one thing: obsession. It's a choice, not a gift. It's ruthless, pain, sacrifice. Every athlete has the choice: hunt or be hunted. It's only natural.
Back at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, the site of a once-in-a-lifetime pop culture event, a spectacle of a huge magnitude, a slight delay while we get ready for our next fight. But man, the stars are out in full force. The beautiful people making their presence known at this event. The main event, of course, Mayweather versus McGregor, capturing the imagination of the entire planet, and that is still to come tonight. So celebrities still arriving. Well, there he is, the King, LeBron James, one of the NBA's best, taking in tonight's special attraction, Ozzy and Sharon Osbourne. Man, talk about the pioneers of reality TV there, Al.
They almost invented it.
Olivia Munn and Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx, a huge fight fan in the house. UFC Hall of Famer Tito Ortiz, the Huntington Beach bad boy, in to watch Conor McGregor get it on with Floyd Mayweather. Showtime's Sean Porter was supposed to be in action tonight, and our thoughts and best wishes are with he and his family on their recent loss. Danny Garcia, one of Philadelphia's best 140, 147-pound champ, who, well, lost against Keith Thurman many times in Sin City. Oh, the hitman, Thomas Hearns, the Motor City Cobra.
Many years ago, I was here and announced his fight with Marvin Hagler in Las Vegas. Special
8
moment.
minutes of hell.
Yep.
And what about that knockout of Roberto Duran, face first, one of the all-time greats. So you can see the night has fallen here in Las Vegas, but the action, well, it's just heating up. And man, what more could be said about the tri-color throng representing the Emerald Isle? An ocean of Irish fans have invaded Las Vegas, and boy, have they been in a convivial atmosphere all week.
They have energized this city with their enthusiasm, and that's part of the charm of these big fights in Las Vegas. People love to travel here, they love to come here, enjoy the city, and they do offer that extra energy to a big fight.
So the crowd begins to fill in here at the T-Mobile Arena as they want to be a part of history. They want to be a part of the money fight. Two of the largest personalities in combat sports history about to stop talking and do their walking to the ring. And boy, Floyd Money Mayweather, well, he has done it all in the sport of boxing, retired after defeating Andre Berto at 49-0. The best boxer of his era, one of the greatest defensive fighters of all time, a 5-division champion. And Al, his legacy, so important to him.
Yeah, he has fought. There is Conor McGregor, the man who is challenging him improbably in his first professional boxing match.
Yeah, Conor McGregor, the first and only UFC fighter to win titles in 2 weight divisions. But before we get to the main event, we have this fight coming up involving what was supposed to be a showcase for the burgeoning star, the Mayweather promotion stable of fighters, Gervonta Davis, but he missed weight, is no longer 130-pound champ. If Francisco Fonseca is victorious, he will become Costa Rica's first male boxing champion. Let's go to Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Well, fans, we are ready for our Junior Lightweight World Championship. Please welcome the boxers as they make their way to the ring. First, here is the challenger from Costa Rica, Francisco Fonseca.
23-year-old Francisco, the Cowboy Fonseca, fighting out of San Ramon, Costa Rica, has won 19 straight fights against low-level opposition after turning professional with a majority draw back in 2013. And this is his United States debut. He enters this contest having won his last 5 bouts inside the distance.
And he's a young man who is a farmer in Costa Rica, and just a few years ago when he was beginning, he would get up, Marl, milk 50 cows in the morning.
Got great hands.
Then take a 2-hour bus ride to the gym.
Wow. And then he had to, when his home, you had to keep driving. He had to be on the river for 2 hours to get to where he was born. Exactly. It makes me appreciate the Los Angeles morning commute.
Not so bad.
Coach, if they come
And now from Baltimore, Maryland, here is the undefeated Gervonta "Tank" Davis.
Well, needless to say, the 22-year-old Gervonta "Tank" Davis has had better weeks, guys. After defending the 130-pound title against Liam Walsh, he went across the pond to do it in hostile territory, but it took him 3 attempts before he made the 130-pound weight limit. Yesterday at the weigh-ins, he came in 2 pounds overweight. He's been stripped of his title. He was the youngest current American champion, and so the title is still up for grabs if Fonseca wins. If Davis wins, the title will remain vacant.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you don't make weight as a defending champion. Honestly, a real shame because this was a big stage for Davis. He's had a lot of press. He's been getting a lot of notoriety, a chance to really shine here. Shows up, doesn't make weight.
And to be fair, though, he did admit to us he had a cold. Yeah. How much that played into the...
Well, and how much will it play into whether his performance is good here tonight? We'll see.
Still 18-0, 17 wins inside the distance. A lot of people believe he is the next, little big thing in boxing. And it's time for our Tail of the tape brought to you by Corona Extra.
And you see that he did come in 2 pounds overweight. He did not weigh in tonight. He refused to weigh in, so we don't know how big he is at fight time. Fonseca gained 8 pounds afterwards. And we mentioned that cold. We'll see if that has an impact on Davis.
12 rounds or less in the 130-pound division. Here once again is Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Well, fans, from the T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas, Nevada, we present our next World Championship attraction, brought to you by Mayweather Promotions, MGM Resorts, and Showtime Pay-Per-View. Sponsored by Corona Extra, Corona invites you to find your beach. This bout is sanctioned by the International Boxing Federation, the President Daryl Peoples, Supervisor Anibal Miramontes. Introducing our judges, scoring from ringside. From Las Vegas, Nevada, Adelaide Bird. From Avon, Connecticut, Glenn Feldman. And from Las Vegas, Nevada, Glenn Trowbridge. Introducing our referee in charge of the action, Russell Mora. All right, fans, here we go. 12 rounds of boxing for the IBF Junior Lightweight Championship of the World. Introducing you first, the challenger on my right. He is fighting out of the red corner, wearing blue, red, and white trunks, hailing from San Ramon, Alajuela, Costa Rica. He weighed in at the junior lightweight limit of 130 pounds even. His record stands at 19 wins, no losses, 1 draw, with 13 wins coming by way of knockout. In his U.S. debut, tonight he is making his first attempt at a world title. Please welcome the IBF number 7th ranked contender, introducing the undefeated Francisco Fonseca. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing white trunks with red and blue trim, hailing from Baltimore, Maryland. He weighed in at 132 pounds. He is undefeated in his campaign to the ring with a record of 18 wins, no losses, 17 wins coming by way of knockout. Here is one of the young stars of boxing today, introducing the undefeated former IBF Junior Lightweight Champion of the World, Gervonta Tank Davis. I want to get a referee in charge now to give instructions, Russell Mora.
Gentlemen, center ring. Looking for a mouthpiece. ¿Está bien? Mouthpiece? Okay. Mouthpiece. Okay, gentlemen, trunks here good, trunks here good. We went over the rules in the dressing room. I want to remind you, protect yourself at all times, obey my commands. Acuérdense, quiero una pelea limpia. Dios los bendiga. God bless, touch up.
Referee Russell Mora with his final instructions. And we are set for 12 rounds or less in the 130-pound weight class. The now former 130-pound champion Gervonta Davis against Francisco Fonseca, making his American debut.
He's only fought out of Costa Rica twice. This is a very different atmosphere than he's used to, and he has not fought the best opposition. This is by far the best fighter he has fought.
Gervonta Davis in the white with red and blue. Francisco Fonseca, if he is victorious, will become the first male champion from Costa Rica. He's in the blue, red, and white. And of course, Davis, calling card, speed and power. Look for it early.
Yeah, Hannah Gabrielle has a women's championships from Costa Rica. She's a terrific fighter.
Davis, a dangerous southpaw. And you wonder if this is it for him before moving up to lightweight.
Yeah, well, he couldn't make this weight, and he said to us he wanted to move
struggled
up to
against Walsh.
Yeah, so at this point, he's been stripped of the world title, so there's no reason to even stay at this weight class. Sometimes you struggle to make a weight, but if you're a world champion, you'll boil down to keep a title. But at this point, it's not even worth it.
Good head movement by Gervonta Davis, showing off his defense and showing off a southpaw sniper-like left to the mid-basket.
Yeah, but a nice left hand by Fonseca. He got that left hand in rather well.
Another good left hand to the body by Davis.
Fonseca's a good body puncher. That's where he's going to want to go in this fight.
But to get there, you got to close distance against a very speedy guy and a guy who's a sharp counter puncher.
Good counter left hand by Davis.
It never is at this level, right?
Yeah.
Nice right hand to the body by Fonseca.
These early
There's
rounds.
a right hook to the body by Davis. Left uppercut on the inside by Tank Davis. Right hand to the body by Fonseca.
He's done that twice now. A little short stabbing right hand to the body by Fonseca.
These early rounds, very important. Ivan Calderon, the
nice right hook, left hand.
Hall of Fame trainer who's a great fighter, trainer of Fonseca, said he's just got to get through these first couple rounds, and then I think he will settle down and fight a very good fight against Davis.
Final 60 seconds of the opening round. Again, Davis attacking the body with the right hand jab. Nice lead left through the guard by Davis.
And the speed and variation is the key.
Speed and power.
You see Fonseca go downstairs. I said he was a good body puncher. He is. And will that have an impact on a man that has admitted he's come in here with a cold?
Fonseca's never been knocked down. 19-0-1 with 13 wins via form of knockout. 30 seconds left in the first frame, and Davis just missed with that left uppercut.
And he has a powerful left hand, Davis.
Arriba. And I think he almost threw that right hand uppercut as a bait before throwing the left.
Fonseca's feisty though, man. He's punching back in those pockets.
Yeah, there's a nice right hand body punch by Fonseca.
And I like his hand positioning. He's catching a lot of the shots Davis is throwing, too.
Davis misses with that left uppercut, or right uppercut, left hand combination. Fun first round here.
Time! We'll take a look at the keys to victory for these two fighters. And we'll start out with Gervonta Davis. Established the jab. He didn't really throw that punch very much in the first round, almost not at all. Control the geography. What I mean by that is don't let Fonseca get in the inside and rough him up and throw those body punches. And land the left. He did land a couple good lefts, but also missed with some that were wildly off track. As for Francisco's Fonseca, survived the early storm? Well, at least for the first round he did that. Get inside, I thought he was able to do that. And he was also able to do the most important thing for him, work that body. And there's Ivan Calderon, a world champion, one of the great fighters in the light flyweight division who has been working with him.
The bell and round two.
Shoe, good. Your shoe tight.
Mora calls a timeout.
Over there. Over there.
Sometimes you have a wardrobe malfunction when you go too flashy. You see Gervonta with the tassels.
Of course, Davis's camp hopes he puts his best foot forward tonight, even though the title is not his anymore.
Paulie would know about those costumes.
That's why I always used to tape those tassels when I used to fight with them. Always. Tape them up from the start so you don't have no problems.
Like his buddy Drake, Davis started from the bottom before becoming a 130-pound champion, but now tonight comes in with the belt no longer his, and yet wanting to make a statement here in the very valuable co-feature spot of this historic night of combat sports.
No.
Whoa!
No.
Maybe taking
No. Come here. Time. Come here.
Someone who suits these playbook.
Don't do that. We're not going to do that. All right? Don't do that. Let's go.
Why is he saying don't do that to Fonseca? What did he do?
No,
he said it to both of them.
Yeah.
Come on.
There's a nice combination put together by Fonseca. Strafing Davis with the left hook and right hand.
We've seen Gervonta. Now, Gervonta Davis has great power, and he may knock out Fonseca at any moment. But this is not Gervonta Davis as we have seen him.
Yep.
He is clearly not functioning at 100%, or at least isn't fighting as well as he normally does. And Fonseca kind of taking advantage of that.
Stop!
Of course, in boxing, you can go from 0 to 100 real quick.
There's also been rumors, though, that he hasn't taken camp seriously. He was out and about
let go.
a week or two ago in clubs and whatnot. So I mean, could all be rumors and hearsay and whatnot, but then we came to the fighter meeting yesterday with a cold.
Yeah, so far.
Some things you do to yourself, though.
It's been a lackluster performance so far, but Fonseca's kind of making the most of it in this round.
Fonseca started boxing when he was 14, had 64 fights as an amateur.
Oh, nice body shot again by Fonseca.
And an uppercut.
Sometimes when you achieve superstardom or stardom,
Davis with a nice right hook.
Too young, it's a two-edged sword, you know. It's a little bit dangerous, sometimes too much too soon. Floyd, though, at 21 years old, was always mature, even though he won the world title that young. Some other guys, though, they go through problems.
Body shot by Davis. Another left hand to the body. Good left hand hook upstairs by Fonseca.
That's the kind of offense from Davis that we're used to seeing, and that for those of you who have never seen him fight before, he normally is very consistent with.
Under a minute left in the second round.
Let him go.
Davis
Let him go.
pivoting.
Stop!
Clinching now with Fonseca. Russell Mora calls for the break.
Nice little counter hook by Davis there.
Davis with another right hook to the body. Oh, and that left hand clipped Fonseca upstairs. And a right hook. And now Fonseca being turned around by Davis. Davis putting a lot of pop behind these punches. Catches Fonseca with a left uppercut.
Burning a lot of effort, though.
Fonseca has a chin.
But because he's not getting hit clean, a lot of that is on the gloves, guys.
No, but some of them got through.
Oh, yeah, some of them got through.
They got through, but they weren't through 100%. That's why Fonseca's able to stand right in front of him, because, you know, 130-pounders not able to stay in front of Davis like that, taking clean shots.
Davis was the first title winner from his hometown of Baltimore since Hasim Rahman won the heavyweight title with a stunning knockout of Lennox Lewis. We are through 2 rounds here in this 130-pound tough fight. Well, it's been a festive week here in Las Vegas, and the Pioneer DJ has been entertaining the fans. Yesterday, they were out on the concourse here at the T-Mobile Arena.
Davis did have some very good moments in that last round. He unleashed his offense, ripping that uppercut that kind of got through. Calderon showing some pretty, Fonseca showing some pretty good defense for the most part, but Davis getting a few punches in. But Ivan Calderon, the trainer of Fonseca, told us they didn't think Davis was taking him seriously, and he said, if my guy can get through the first few rounds, I think he can make some things happen. We'll see. This is round number 3. Mauro Ranallo, Al Bernstein, Paulie Malignaggi, Brian Custer, Jim Gray, and the entire Showtime boxing crew. Still to come, Floyd Mayweather versus Conor McGregor in the main event. It's a once-in-a-lifetime sporting spectacle.
That's the thing about Calderon. He's smart. He's a former fighter, a former
great
world
fighter.
champion. So he knows what happens when you take a guy lightly, and then he's still hanging around later in the fight. That's gonna create doubts in and of itself, because you're thinking this guy shouldn't even be here. I didn't think he was all that. So that's what he meant. If Fonseca can hang around for a few more rounds, maybe he'll have Davis kind of second guessing himself.
Stop! Listen up. Listen up.
Not much activity from Gervonta Davis. Now, he has power that can knock you out, so he doesn't need a lot of punches, but he's not throwing too many right now.
Davis started boxing at the age of 5, had over 220 amateur fights, and now beginning to unload on Fonseca, ripping to the body with a right hook, left uppercut upstairs, and now Gervonta Davis starting to feel it, with Fonseca, though, coming forward.
That's the kind of offense we are accustomed to seeing from Davis.
Yeah, and he fights in little bursts. He's fighting in little bursts this fight. He's a little less consistent, but when the bursts do come, they are explosive.
The youngest American champion.
Was
the youngest American champion, that's right. Now, of course, he gave that title away on the scales.
Good lead left hand there by Gervonta Davis, keeping Fonseca honest.
Nice feint with the eyes. You see what Davis just did? He looked down at the shoes, and then he threw the straight left at the head.
Oh, good counter right by Fonseca, although Davis did roll with it. Under a minute left in the third, scheduled for 12 in the 130-pound weight class.
I think one of the things about this match that's most interesting is that Fonseca's been able to stand up to the power punches he has been hit with by Davis. So it makes it kind of intriguing as we move forward.
And Fonseca, again, as we mentioned, growing up on a farm, Al, you talked about milking cows before going to training, now in the land of milk and honey for the first time here in America under the bright lights of Las Vegas on this once-in-a-lifetime combat sports event, and he would love to walk out of Las Vegas the first Costa Rican male boxing champion.
He showed poise so far. I'm not saying he's winning the rounds, but he's showing poise.
Davis knocking himself into the corner. Fonseca attacks the body, and there's a clash of heads.
Watch your head. Time!
Davis was able early in the round to get Fonseca on the ropes and vary his attack to both the body and the head. The right hook to the body is a very good punch for Davis, and there's the uppercut that is also one of the staples of his attack. Fonseca was able to block some, take the others, and believe me, so far in his career, we have seen those punches do damage when Davis lands them.
Breathe. Take a deep breath. Okay. Go. Mouthpiece. You got it. He got it.
We begin round number 4. Davis pawing at Fonseca with the jab. Left hand is low at his hip. Trying to bait Fonseca again, backs himself into the corner. Okay. There's a little Roy Jones.
That looks like Conor McGregor, doesn't it? It's what Conor does. He puts his hands behind his back.
Oh, what a nice left uppercut by Davis, who wants to now put on a show in Sin City, it seems.
Fonseca has to go for the shoulders there in the chest when that's happening. You go for the head, you're being set up for a counter.
Counter left hand by Davis.
Put your hands up.
Fonseca a little confused by the unorthodoxness here.
Fonseca attacks the body. It almost seems like Davis is allowing him to do, and then puts his hands behind his back. What do you make of this, Paulie?
A little showmanship, you know. Davis realizes he's on a big stage and takes a couple of shots.
Fonseca makes him pay, and the histrionics again. You don't make weight, right, Al? You show. Wow, Fonseca caught him.
Fonseca caught him with a combination there.
Davis is going to make himself an enemy of this crowd. They were cheering every time Fonseca landed a shot there.
Stop! Now Fonseca went downstairs with that right hand. He shouldn't get lost in the fact that he wants to go to the body, not always the head, even though Davis is giving him those headshots.
Fonseca telling us his strengths are his discipline and his conditioning. Says he's more than ready to go the 12 full rounds. Of course, Gervonta Davis has rarely had to do that. 18-0 with 17 wins via form of knockout. A minute left here in the 4th.
Stop!
Davis facing his 4th consecutive unbeaten opponent.
Davis has only been to the middle of the 9th round once. Fonseca's been 8 rounds 3 times, never passed that. So in their history, these fighters have not gone a long way.
Fonseca bounces that right hand off the arm of Davis, but then catches him with that right, but that left hand was off the arm as well. So again, aesthetically pleasing. A couple of those punches landed for Fonseca.
Look, Fonseca's not a monstrous knockout. He's got 13 knockouts in his 19 wins, not against great opposition, but he's throwing some nice punches here.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Davis has spent the round showboating.
And here's where if I'm Fonseca, I'm going downstairs with a fury because you could slow him down.
There's a right hand on cue to the body, Al Bernstein.
He heard me. Well, Fonseca had a really good round in that last round, but Davis did get some things done. He landed this nice uppercut.
Yeah, early in the round, he did some good stuff, Davis, with that hands behind the back.
Later in the round, Fonseca really started to take control, I thought, and then he did his own showboating a little bit. and started going downstairs and pushing some punches. Now, those didn't all land perfectly, but Davis kind of still with the showboating. But I'll tell you what, I think Fonseca won that round, in my opinion, and started to show that he can be in this fight.
He's trying to goat you. Don't worry about that uppercut. Look, nice and sharp for this round. Let's go. And throw that left hook.
They meet in the center of the ring to begin round number 5, scheduled for 12 in this 130-pound fight. Fonseca, on that break, Fonseca took a shot to the body. Fonseca, if he wins, will walk away with the title. If Davis prevails, the title remains vacant. Nice body shot by Fonseca.
You know, he's fought 5 lefties, and he says it's not a problem. And I'll tell you why it's not a problem. Because he throws those left hooks to the body like you're supposed to against a lefty. And that was very well done.
Another left hook to the body, a right hand to the body. So Fonseca getting busy to the body here in round 5.
Oh, man.
Yeah, and I mean, Davis shouldn't be letting him close distance like that. You know, Davis should be letting him earn that real estate. Fonseca's walking right in right now, body to body, where he wants to be to get to the body. But in reality, Davis shouldn't let him in that easily.
And Fonseca really uptick in offense, becoming more aggressive, becoming more confident now.
He's thrown 14 more punches already in this round and landed a number more than Davis.
Davis almost one-track minded tonight. I don't know, man. He's almost like he's not thinking in there.
Well, I think to be perfectly candid, physically, I don't know if he's prepared for this.
Physically, though, he's walking right in. I mean, it's about decision making too.
Decision making, but I don't think he's ready to fight.
Yeah,
I mean, he'd be throwing more punches if he was ready to fight.
He's trying to walk right in instead of earning his real estate with punches. You know.
And listen, he's powerful. He could knock out Fonseca at any time. There's no question about that.
Davis loading up to the body. Left uppercut up the middle, but Fonseca coming forward and goes downstairs as well.
Davis fighting in flurries during the course of this fight. And some of the flurries very impressive. The question is, can he put them together?
Hope I don't have to put you two in timeout tonight. A minute left in the 5th.
We're having a fun debate.
Right hand to the body by Davis. Open counter right as they clinch. So Fonseca
Let go. Get him up.
wanting to initiate. There's a right hand, but bounced off. So Davis has had that one just behind the head. Or what appeared to be behind the head. Of course, Davis sold it as such.
This is a very close round here.
And Fonseca throwing from just outside range, though, Paulie, with those shots.
Yeah. But he's trying to keep Davis busy, just thinking about what might be coming his way. And when you start to find the inconsistencies in Davis tonight, if you're Fonseca, you want to try to make him fight when Davis is trying to rest. And that starts to put that mental pressure on him.
Good right hand by Davis. As we have completed 5 rounds here in Las Vegas. More celebrities here at the T-Mobile Arena. Sean, P. Diddy, Puff Daddy. A lot of nicknames for the man. How about Dr. J. Julius Irving? Paul Pierce. You want the truth? You can't handle the truth. Ray Lewis, the newest member to Showtime's Inside the NFL panel. Maybe putting a wager down on the main event. And how about the year Mikey Garcia is having? What a comeback after a, long layoff.
Big win over Adrian Broner on Showtime.
Seconds out.
Big crowd still continues to file in. Hey, they're celebrities. They're used to, showing up fashionably laid out.
Yes. Well,
round 6. And Fonseca continues to walk down Gervonta Davis. Paulie, Davis has done this repeatedly in the fight. Why?
Oh, you know, I don't know. He's trying to fight in spots. He hasn't had a consistent fight. Not that he might still be ahead. I mean, it's just giving Fonseca a chance.
No, but what I'm saying, sorry, I'll clarify. Walking himself into the corner.
Oh, I think he's just trying to bait Fonseca for counter shots. You know, I think Davis is fighting a little bit even mentally lazy in that he's not trying to create his own openings. A lot of times he wants Fonseca to create them for him. So he'll kind of sit back and maybe wait for Fonseca to overpressure or step in too hard and then try to make him pay for it.
Yeah, Fonseca catching a lot of those shots with the gloves. That left hand downstairs scored for Davis.
Gervonta Davis is essentially, though, an aggressive fighter. Yeah. It's what he does. Now, he's got more skills than to just be, he makes the point, I am a better skilled boxer than just an attacker. However, tonight, he's thrown less punches than Fonseca. He's moved backwards. This is not Gervonta Davis, the attacker. And there's a reason for that. Not ready to fight. And he's not fighting a man who is at the absolute top of the 130-pound division.
Almost fighting like a wily veteran, you know, like
yes, precisely.
He's trying not to fight all 3 minutes in the round.
Exactly.
Which he has the intelligence to do.
Yes.
That's how much experience
Absolutely.
he has as an amateur, even though he's a young pro. But of course, he's capable of more, especially at 22 years old.
Yeah, and it's giving Fonseca a chance in this fight.
Yeah, and every round Fonseca's here, he's going to get braver and braver and braver because he's going to have more and more self-belief.
Now, in this round, Fonseca's been very economical, has not thrown a lot of punches, and he can't afford that.
I like to say Fonseca use some feints, though. He doesn't feint at all.
No.
There's a lead left hand down the middle that scored for Davis.
And especially a sharp counter puncher like Davis. You know, you need to break that up with the feints. Nice left hand.
Yes.
Davis landed some really good straight left hands to the stomach.
Under a minute left in the sixth. Trying to slow down Fonseca with those body shots. Davis puts together a combination, now talking to Fonseca. Maybe a language barrier there.
And remember, Fonseca's only been 8 rounds in his career, so he's not used to going a long way and being active. So his punch count is
what I mean.
fallen.
He's trying to bait him into the corner, I guess, and yet it's Fonseca who throws the punch, and Davis circles away back to the center of the ring. Now backs up again, but doesn't do anything with it, Bolly.
See here, he's fighting in spots. Here, this is his rest right here. You know what I mean, he fought some of the round. Now he's looking for a couple of breaks.
He feels like he won it already.
These are breathers.
So you're wondering then again, with not making weight, having a cold, conditioning may be a factor here in this fight.
Time! Finish right there. Breathe. Good.
Hey, that jab is beautiful, Tank. Keep using that jab here. Look, when you turn, don't turn out of range. Don't use your real estate. When he gonna turn right into your shot, but stay on that jab. That's your range fire.
Hey, listen to that. His right hand is weak. You have to. His right hand is weak. Call it, Kenny. His right hand is weak when he throw it. Come right over the top. Keep coming over the top of it, Dick.
That round you fought, stay on your
Real
jab.
good.
That jab is setting it up.
Just don't go any lower than that, all right?
That jab is setting it up. Keep the jab.
How you doing? We're going into the 7th round.
Jab for jab for jab, man.
We good?
Stay on that jab.
We are at the halfway point of this 12-round bout that was originally scheduled. Well, it is scheduled for the 130-pound title if Fonseca wins, but if Davis wins, the title remains vacant.
There was talk of Gervonta Davis fighting Orlando Salido tonight. It was more than just talk. If he were performing this way against Orlando Salido, we wouldn't be in the 7th round, because guess what? Gervonta Davis would be gone.
Oh, and Davis
big right hand
hit by him, caught off bounce, but still Fonseca landed the shot.
Yeah, Salido wouldn't give him these breathers out.
He would be all over him, landing monstrous right hands.
Coming up, main event, all about the multi-milli rock. Both Conor McGregor, Floyd Mayweather, expected to make 9 figures when all is said and done. The money fight straight ahead. And let's bring in our unofficial scorer, Steve Farrad. How do you have it at the halfway point, my friend?
Oh, I have Gervonta Davis well in front based on the spurts he's put together in this fight. You know, in analyzing the fight, expectations, you can talk about it. In judging the fight, expectations mean nothing. You go by what you see. And his punches, he's matched Fonseca to the body, in my opinion, and when he has fought in spurts, he's landed the cleaner, harder shots. So I have him ahead 5 rounds to 1.
And I totally agree with Steve. In scoring, that is right on. So it isn't that we think that Fonseca has won most of these rounds. It's just that this is a different fight than we expected to see. And Fonseca has made it a competitive fight within what we've seen. And this round is one of those rounds that's up for grabs.
See Fonseca trying to not, again, he's understanding. He doesn't want Davis to rest when Davis is looking to rest. Davis will backpedal looking to rest. Even if you're not landing clean, you just rough him up like this. It puts mental pressure on top of the physical fatigue that Davis has.
And in this round, Fonseca has thrown a lot more punches. Only 13, 15 punches thrown by Davis in this round. That's not very many punches.
That's what Val Calderon said, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And you still have half a fight left. You know, this is
that's
including this round. There's 6 rounds left.
Come on, guys, get your hands free.
That's a very good point.
Stop! Let go.
And again, a reminder, Fonseca's never been past 8 rounds, so we don't know how he's going to handle the championship rounds either.
Davis back on the bicycle, utilizing lateral footwork, then lands the right hand and left uppercut. Again, fighting in spurts, conserving his energy, trying to maximize the combinations that he does throw, but Fonseca standing right there. Fonseca lands to the body with a right hand. We are going to the 8th round. Oh, Davis caught him with a left.
Time!
Some awkward action in the corner, and it ended up, I believe, with Fonseca landing a pretty good right hand. Davis will trip over the right foot of Fonseca.
Left foot.
Or the left foot, I'm sorry. And then we'll get kind of, I think there was a right hand that was thrown, but it didn't get there. So here it comes. Let's see if it gets there. It sure did, yeah. And
that's because he had to keep himself up with the ropes.
Yeah, there was no way for him to block it. And here we take a look at it again, the tripping action. And Fonseca doing the right thing, taking advantage of this moment.
Protect himself at all times. But yeah, the problems of a lefty versus righty matchup at times, you know?
Round number 8, scheduled for 12. Neither Gervonta Davis or Francisco Fonseca has been knocked down in their respective careers.
Oh, nice counter left hand. That was sharp by Davis.
And Gervonta Davis turning Fonseca around with that, wanting to make him a fidget spinner here in round 8.
What's a fidget spinner? Never heard that one.
Google it, Al.
Okay.
The kids will tell you. Oh, Fonseca. Oh, they're ruling it a knockdown. That's the first time Fonseca's gone down.
6, 7,
He's getting counted.
8, 9, 10.
And the fight has been stopped. Fonseca unable to answer the 10 count, but we're going to have to look at a replay here, guys.
And we'll see. I think Fonseca's trying to sell the fact that he was hit behind the head when he was down, and we'll see. We'll be able to take a nice long look at it.
That's one thing out. Number 2, if the referee doesn't rule it that, you are now responsible to get up.
That's the problem.
I mean,
so
you're being counted, and you got to get up.
Right. Unless you can't.
Unless you can't. But he was looking at Davis as he was walking away from him, like in a disgusted look.
Well,
like, why'd you do that? If you're cognizant enough to understand that.
Well, we don't know that for sure, but yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll take a look, and we'll be able to see that. You see Fonseca, they're already still down, so on some level, this bothered him quite a bit. And there has been no indication from the referee. We're assuming this is in fact a knockout.
Well, they administered counted him out. We have to look at the replay to see what kind of punch dropped him.
This was not a fight where he took a lot of punishment. Not to say that shot can't stop him, can't knock him out.
Well, we don't know.
But
I mean,
I don't know. I did this a long time. I don't know. I'd be really surprised.
Well, there's no reason for Fonseca was doing well in this fight.
Well,
so
exactly, I know.
You know, it's not like he was taking punishment.
Exactly.
So we'll see.
Well, it's good to see him back on his feet. The crowd here applauding that, and it will officially go into the books as another stoppage win for Gervonta Davis. His 18th stoppage win, improving to 19-0. Here you go, guys.
We will take a look from overhead.
Oh, wow.
That's on the back of the head, and then he pushes him down.
Yeah, that should not. Paulie there, right? That's not a knockdown.
No, it's
and then he pushed him down again.
And that's what I think he's looking at the foul.
That's what yeah, but that was an illegal punch, Paulie.
No, the first shot was illegal.
Totally illegal.
The second one, he's pushing down.
Yeah,
we'll look again.
Yep.
He's trying to sell the second one, guys.
Yeah, but still, it's an illegal punch.
It's an illegal punch here.
Yeah, illegal punch, pushes him down.
There's no reason for Fonseca to want to look for a way out of this fight. He's doing well in the fight.
But Andrew Galata was beating Riddick Bowe, guys, and he still looked for a way out of the fight. So it's not like it's not possible.
I'm not going there. But here's where, and then he pushed his head when he was down. So, whatever. How much that punch damaged Fonseca, only Fonseca knows. But there were no legal punches landed.
And that means that the 130-pound title that used to belong to Gervonta Davis will now be vacant. It's expected that Davis will now move up to 135 pounds. Not his best performance tonight, but he does stop Francisco Fonseca. Fonseca losing for the first time in his first visit to America.
And for Gervonta Davis, as we look at the numbers, he clearly landed at a higher percentage. This was a fight that he probably was ahead on. He landed a high percentage of his power punches. He did not throw a lot of punches. It appears that he wasn't able to be active through all of this fight, whether it was the cold, whether it was training, who knows. But in any case, he was able to get the win with that knockout. We'll look back at some of the action and see if we can detect another part where maybe Fonseca was hit with some punch that was important, that could have hurt him. There's Fonseca missing.
That was early in the round, yes.
There's a beautiful straight left hand.
That was a counter left hand very early in the round.
Now that was early in the round,
yeah,
so
early.
he had recovered from that. And now here is Fonseca back there.
Everybody looks clear-eyed in the fight.
He's working, and Davis is landing some punches. But a lot of time will elapse between when that happened and when the push down came.
And there it is, the legal
there
punch.
it is right there. So whether that impacted him or not, who knows? But
he sells this right here. That's what he tried to sell right there at the end. He tried to sell that push down, like he got hit again. The rabbit punch, illegal, shouldn't have been a knockdown, but it was a cup. It was not. He didn't land with the knuckle part of the gloves either.
Well, we will make it official with Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time of 39 seconds in round number 8. A referee in charge reaches the count of 10. He is the winner by way of knockout and still undefeated, Gervonta Tank Davis.
Well, the fans who saw the replay not impressed with this outcome, and Davis being serenaded by boos. In any event, he will walk away with his 19th consecutive victory. Let's go to Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Mo. Tank, what was your assessment from your vantage point of that final blow that knocked him out?
I guess the camera didn't show the right clip of me catching him first. I actually caught him with a body shot before that punch, and it hurt him, and he knew that he was hurt, so he took advantage of me swinging and hit the back of his head to fall down.
You've had the advantage of seeing the replay on the big board. Now we'll show it to you right here. It appears that you hit him in the back of the head.
Boom. That's not back.
This is the earlier part of the round where you definitely hurt him with a clean shot.
Yes,
and now, as we move forward in the round, tell us from your vantage point what you see here.
Yeah.
Did you believe he was hurt?
He was hurt right there. Body shot right there. It's a body shot coming right now. Hold up, it's coming now. Right here, boom, boom. That's the body shot. Now he took advantage of this punch right here. That's it. Listen,
now that you've had the chance to see it again, Tank, obviously you've won. Russell Mora counted him out. You see this now. You still believe that was legal?
I don't think it was illegal, but I know it had no effect on it. I know for sure it didn't.
Okay, let's get back to before the fight. Why did you miss the weight? And give up the title?
It was a mistake. You know, I'm young, I'm growing. My apologies to all the boxing fans and the media, you know, for me missing the weight, but it would never happen again. Sorry to Mayweather Promotion, Al Heyman, and moving on from here.
When you say you're moving on, in what direction? What do you want to do next? And also, you've had a cold all week. Did that contribute to missing the weight?
I don't want to make no excuses. You know, I'm a man, so I take my responsibilities. You know, I know I could do more in the sport, and I'm ready for it.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. For all the 130s, I'm coming back for my belt, 130, 135. You'll see me soon.
All right, Tank, let's get over here. Francisco, Felix de Jesus will translate. Are you okay?
¿Está bien?
Todos sabemos que fue un golpe ilegal.
Everybody knows that it was an illegal blow.
First of all, is he okay?
¿Está bien primero?
Sí, estoy bien, gracias a
He's
Dios.
perfect, he's perfect, he's okay.
All right, tell us about the punch to the back of your head.
Dilo entonces de la trompada detrás del cuello.
What happened from your vantage point?
Creo que todo el mundo vio el golpe cuando iba ya cayendo y me pegó un golpe, bueno, dos golpes en la cabeza, que todos sabemos aquí en la arena que fue un golpe ilegal. Pero como es Gervonta Davis, todo se le permite aquí, pero creo que esta pelea merita una revancha y a ver si claramente.
Everybody saw that when I was going down, he hit me twice behind as a blow that's not legal, and it was here in Vegas, so you know he had the crowd going here for a while, and I just want a rematch.
You did get hit in the back of the head, but were you hurt by the exchange that happened about 30 seconds earlier? And we can take a look at it right here.
Antes de eso, el intercambio que hubo, ¿estaba un poquito adolorido con ese golpe?
No, en ningún momento me lastimó. Creo que a pesar de que hoy amaneció en 160 libras, ya que ayer no cumplió con el peso, no pega como dicen, creo que en ningún momento me lastimó. Creo que si no me hubiese dado ese golpe en la nuca.
No, he never hurt me, Jim, with that exchange. Even though he came in at 160 pounds today, and he came overweight, 132, and he doesn't hit as hard as they say he hits.
Okay, glad you're okay. Appreciate your time.
Estamos bien, que tú estés bien y felicidades.
All right, Mauro, back to you.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. So, a little controversy there, but Gervonta Davis will walk away with his 19th consecutive win, 18th inside the distance. And guys, he talked about coming back to go for his belts at 130, or belt at 130, I'm 135. Let's take a look at the official scoring at the time of the stoppage. All three judges had it in favor of Gervonta Tank Davis. Bringing in our unofficial scorer, Steve Farhood. Did you agree?
Yes, I did. Davis clearly won almost every round in the fight. Fonseca did well in the fourth. He got the seventh on a couple of cards, but otherwise it was all Davis. And the replay showed Russell Mora saw the punch, clearly saw the punch, so he ruled it a knockout.
It's a shame, you know, that if the fight has to end on like some sort of a sucker punch like that. You know, I wanted to see how Davis would have completed that fight. I wanted to see Fonseca on the late rounds if he would have pushed him a little more. Sometimes a little sucker punch can do a lot of things.
So, we are set for the main event, but before all that, let's go back to Brian Custer.
Okay, Mo, thank you very much. I hope this is one of those life lessons for Gervonta Davis. He is an explosive talent. This was really supposed to be a showcase fight for him, but to not make weight, lose his title on the scale, and then put on a performance that is something short of what we've seen of him in the past. I hope he's learned his lesson here tonight, but nonetheless, he gets the victory. Coming up next, it's the main event of the evening. Floyd Mayweather versus Conor McGregor. And throughout their respective careers, both of these superstars have dominated their area of combat sports, but in significantly different areas.
You're crazy if you think this man man stands a chance.
You can't beat me, man. You can't beat me, man. Hey, you cannot beat me. Can't nobody beat me, man. I can remember my first fight, 19 years old, fought on Johnny Tapia undercard, second round knockout. It's totally different, you know, as a professional. The shirt come off, the hair gear come off, the gloves are smaller, and you start to get paid. To become world champion the first time, the best feeling ever. But that feeling only comes once in a lifetime. You know, first is get out there, get your feet wet in the game, defend the title, win a couple titles at a different weight classes, then make millions.
Great winning streak as he makes his UFC debut. Look at that uppercut. Over the top, looking to finish it here. It's all over.
60 G's, baby!
Someone is calling out for knockout of the night.
I visualized it and I got it. It was the beginning of income.
Took me a long time to get on pay-per-view. And once I got to that level and I got to that plateau, I knew I had to bring that pretty boy Floyd character out.
Chad Mendes at that time was supposedly my kryptonite, the one that was going to take me out. He scored a couple of takedowns, but I bided my time, got back to my feet, and then KO'd him with a 1-2.
2007, that's when I became a household name. 10 years later, I'm the biggest pay-per-view star ever. You never know how far you can go in a sport.
In my mind, I was the champion long before. That was the 13th segment. That night, the public saw me as the champion.
I'm the first one to bring money to the small weight classes. Crazy money to the small weight classes. 9 figures and 8 figures. I can't be beat inside the ring.
Conor's in serious trouble.
He got me and won the first one. Second one, dropped him multiple times. Got the decision victory.
When it's all said and done,
Only he knows whether this is the end.
there's only gonna be one statue in front of the Hall of Fame.
Until then, he's done. He's done.
The dreams went through for me. Said I would do it, and I did it. I'm gonna stop this man.
We'll just find out.
People fought, and the world will eat their words.
One thing we do know, I can fight.
Last look inside the dressing rooms. Floyd Mayweather's message to Conor McGregor tonight, quote, "I've done a lot of talking, you've done a lot of talking, but now it's time to fight. And if you can give it, you must be able to take it," end quote. Conor McGregor says he's got the whole country of Ireland behind him. And Las Vegas has become the land of the Irish. And McGregor says tonight is the night he takes over the sport of boxing. It has been a crazy week here in Las Vegas as people from around the world have come to town for this spectacle. And tonight, the Pioneer DJ has been providing great entertainment for the thousands of fans assembled here at T-Mobile Arena.
Now take a selfie in the whip so they can see the double R. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now take a selfie in the whip so they can see the double R. Yeah, 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 yeah. Level up, yeah. Level up, yeah. Now on, level up, yeah. Level up, yeah. Level up, yeah. I got a form, level up, yeah. I leveled up on like 100,000 in the car. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I leveled up on all you niggas, 100,000 in the car. Yeah, 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 yeah. Just in the crib living with my mama. If she ever hear this song, said I'm sorry, mama, but I'm the man now. I'm the man now. I'm still your baby, but to them, I'm the man now.
Well, that was DJ Bling using his Pioneer DJ equipment to entertain the fans here at T-Mobile Arena tonight. It is time for our main event. Let's go ringside. Here's Mauro Ranallo.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. I have had the pleasure of calling thousands of MMA fights, the pleasure of calling hundreds of boxing fights, but guys, I never thought I'd see an MMA champion make his professional boxing debut against one of the best to ever put on the boxing gloves, and yet the improbable is now imminent. And Al, for Conor McGregor, a mega star inside the octagon, has been under the bright lights before, but this is an entirely new ballgame.
You know, we can feel the energy in this room. One of the things that we know is that Conor McGregor will not wilt from this pressure. He has never wilted from this pressure. Whether he wins or he doesn't, we know he will come in here with a clear head and do his best. What is he pinning his hopes on? He's facing a Floyd Mayweather who's 40 years old, coming off his longest layoff. Conor McGregor will weigh somewhere north of 170 pounds for this fight. Mayweather will weigh way less. He will feel like the stronger man, and he's hoping to catch lightning in a bottle with a big left hand.
Paulie Al said it. Floyd Mayweather is now 40. He's been off the longest of his career. He retired once before after defeating Ricky Hatton, but he is one of the all-time greats, one of the greatest defensive fighters of all time. Been doing this since he was 4 years old. Is there any chance, in your estimation, that he has gotten old? He is now an old 40 years old.
Listen, nature is nature, all right? I mean, 40 years old is not young by any means in any world of sports. Having said that, you know, it can catch up to you at any point. These are 8-ounce gloves you're fighting in. They come at you a lot faster. In fights, things move a lot faster than they do in the gym. I did see him in the gym the other night. He looked really sharp. He looked really good. But, of course, there wasn't a body in front of him. Tonight, he's got Conor McGregor in front of him. We'll see what happens.
Conor McGregor originally said that it would not go 4 rounds. After the glove were changed to 8 ounces, he said it's going to go 1 or 2. Floyd Mayweather has said 100% this does not go the distance. It is a mixed martial arts champion stepping into the squared circle for the first time as a boxer against one of the pound-for-pound best.
You know what? The intrigue. That's why so many people have been interested in this fight. What exactly is going to happen when you have pound for pound the best fighter of this generation step into the ring against a great striker from the MMA world who fancies himself as a boxer, has some amateur fights, but now says he's going to take over the sport of boxing. Both men agree. They say this fight will not go the distance. Our main event, it is coming up next, right after these messages.
No one is born hating another person.
Hating another person because of the color of their skin.
Or their background.
Or their religion.
If people can learn to hate.
If people can learn to hate, they can be taught to love.
They can be taught to love.
For love.
For love comes more naturally.
For love comes more naturally to the human heart.
Then its opposite.
Even in the grimmest times.
Even in the grimmest times.
I've seen glimmers of humanity.
I've seen glimmers of humanity.
Which reassured me
that our goodness.
Our goodness is a flame that can never be extinguished. Join the fight against hate and bigotry.
Visit splcenter.org.
And learn about their work.
Including initiatives for teaching tolerance.
I'm making this movie about an African-American attorney. Continue. You play the old woman.
Wait, what? You obviously need a career boost. I happen to be producing a movie with Jamie Foxx. I turned it down because they wanted to put me in a dress.
You should totally put a dress on for Jamie Foxx. Hell, I'd take my dress off for Jamie Foxx.
So, what's the problem?
It's the dress, huh? Everybody always tripping on the dress.
The greatest champion in UFC welterweight history, Georges St. Pierre.
November 4th, Madison Square Garden. Georges St. Pierre is coming out of retirement.
Michael Bisping, middleweight champion of the world.
He will fight Michael Bisping for the 185-pound title.
Think you're gonna come back, step up a weight class and take my belt? We'll see about that. I'm going to knock you out.
Two legends of the sport. And what an awesome fight. I can't wait.
Barry, the CIA needs a guy like you.
That sounds made up, Barry.
Based on a true story.
We're sending you to Colombia.
Of the CIA's biggest secret.
I was helping build the biggest drug cartel this world has ever seen.
Tom Cruise.
Oh, this is legal? If you're doing it for the good guys.
No mas. No mas.
We recognize the dangers involved here.
No, you don't.
Shoot the gringos!
American made. Rated R.
Mayweather versus McGregor is being brought to you by Corona Extra. Corona invites you to find your beach. By Jack Links, the protein-packed snack packed with protein. And by T-Mobile. The decision is unanimous. T-Mobile is America's best unlimited network. T-Mobile Arena, near capacity. We've done a lot of talking. The fighters have done a lot of talking. It's time to fight. Time for the main event, Mayweather versus McGregor. Let's go back ringside. Here's Mo.
What began as a query on Conan morphed into a once-in-a-lifetime sporting spectacle. Undefeated versus ultimate underdog. It's Mayweather versus McGregor on the marquee, but tonight it's all about the Benjamins. This is the money fight. Who's going to land the money shot?
Well, fans, before we bring out our main event fighters, we ask you at this time to please rise for the singing of the national anthems. We begin first with the national anthem of Ireland. Please welcome to the microphone Imelda May.
Sin the fianna fáil atá faoige le ghéireann buin dar slú hat in the Romy Hood fui vod ve ser Shanti Russian Shirfasta Niag for Fintirana Fintal Anna the Haim Sabarnawell Leganer Gail Humbush no say Legana Scrail Fui love an appeal. Shalom Kani on the field.
And now for the U.S. national anthem, please welcome singer-songwriter, Grammy-nominated, multi-platinum recording artist, Demi Lovato.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we'd watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada, the time has come for the bout you've all been waiting for. It's time for Mayweather versus McGregor.
Not only do I think I will beat him, it will also make it look easy.
And you can strip me of everything. I'ma still find a way to get to the top.
I'm a 170-pound Irish gorilla, and I am gonna rip his head off and play football with him.
Let's go!
All work is what?
I'm alright, I'm undefeated, I'm the best.
It's all over! History has been made! Conor McGregor!
Floyd has not lost a step. Mayweather remains money in Las Vegas.
When it comes down to boxing, I'm the best at this.
In less than 5 years, this 29-year-old ultra-charismatic Irishman blew up like nitro, going from cashing welfare checks to cashing one of the biggest checks in combat sports history. Now, going into his first professional boxing match, many pundits believe Conor McGregor's chances of winning are slim and none, and Slim is wearing a TMT shirt. However, non-believers should note that McGregor has proven to be a modern-day Nostradamus. His self-belief is second to none, and that emerald-sized confidence has convinced thousands that he will record one of the biggest upsets in history.
Welcome to the ring, the popular UFC superstar from Dublin, Ireland, the notorious Conor McGregor!
McGregor has convinced thousands of tricolor supporters to take over Sin City. The question is, will these Irish eyes be smiling or crying when they leave T-Mobile Arena tonight? McGregor said he's going to leave martial arts to boxing now.
He said also that when Mayweather starts wrestling with me, he'll feel like he's wrestling with a bear, and he is drinking in the adulation of this crowd.
It appears that Floyd Money Mayweather is once again playing the part, embracing the heel persona that was first unveiled when he faced Oscar De La Hoya, unveiling the money persona. Now, this masked man is ready to make the walk for the 50th time as a professional. Pound for pound, former 5-division champion, 49-0, coming out of retirement. He says, for easy money.
And now, here is the popular boxing superstar from Las Vegas, Nevada, Floyd Money Mayweather.
Unbelievable entrance. Being booed. He's playing the persona to the T. He knows he's not going to be the crowd favorite, Al. He always knows he's not going to be the crowd favorite, and especially in this fight, he's not going to be the crowd favorite. He loves to play it up. He's always hammed it up for the cameras and always played up the villain role to the T, just like his uncle used to with that Mexican assassin moniker. True.
There's Judo Jean LaBelle against boxer Milo Savage. We had the GOAT Muhammad Ali against Antonio Inoki under mixed rules, but this is under the Marquess of Queensberry rules. Conor McGregor daring to be great having the audacity to go beyond the wall of the octagon to conquer one of the best in boxing history. Our tale of the tape is brought to you by Corona Extra.
As we look at this, a key item, clearly the age of Floyd Mayweather. 23 months he's been out of the ring, now at age 40, coming back. McGregor at 29, clearly in his prime. Mayweather deciding to weigh in only a couple of pounds above the welterweight limit.
And the rules for tonight's 12-round affair. No standing 8 count, no 3 knockdown rule. Only the referee can stop the fight. A fighter cannot be saved by the bell in any round. If a fighter cannot continue due to injury from an accidental foul before end of round 4, it's a no decision. After the 4th round, it is a technical decision on the scorecards. All right, once in a lifetime, here, once again, the classy Jimmy Leonard Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas, Nevada, for the featured bout of the evening, brought to you by Mayweather Promotions, the MGM Resorts, and Showtime Pay-Per-View. Sponsored by Corona Extra, Corona invites you to find your beach. This bout is sanctioned by the Nevada State Athletic Commission. The chairman is Anthony Marnell, executive director Bob Bennett. Introducing to you our 3 judges scoring from ringside. From Bergamo, Italy, Guido Cavaletti. From Reno, Nevada, Bert Clements. And from Las Vegas, Nevada, Dave Moretti. Introducing our referee in charge of the action, 3rd man of the ring, Hall of Fame referee Robert Byrd. All right, fans, here we go with the main event of the evening, 12 rounds of boxing in a super welterweight special attraction. And now, ladies and gentlemen in attendance and fight fans joining us around the world, the time for talk is over. Live from the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, Nevada, it's showtime! Introducing you first on my right, fighting out of the red corner, wearing white trunks with gold trim, hailing from Dublin, Ireland. He weighed in at a ready 153 pounds. Tonight, making his professional boxing debut, but he is certainly no stranger to the fight game. As the reigning UFC lightweight world champion, his MMA record stands at 21 wins, 3 losses, with 18 wins coming by way of knockout and 1 by submission. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome MMA's undisputed top attraction, the one and only, hard-hitting and widely popular 2-division UFC champion of the world, introducing the notorious Conor McGregor! And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing black trunks with gold trim, hailing from Las Vegas, Nevada. He weighed in at a trim ready 149.5 pounds. He is undefeated in his remarkable 20-year campaign in the ring, with a record of 49 wins, no losses, 26 wins coming by way of knockout. A veteran of 26 world title appearances, tonight he makes his return to the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome boxing's future Hall of Famer and undisputed top attraction. Here is the former 5-division champion of the world, introducing the sensational and undefeated Floyd Money Mayweather. And once again, here's our referee in charge, now to give instructions, Robert Byrd.
All you, Colin.
Gentlemen, you've had some detailed instructions in the rules meeting. You've had pre-fight instructions in the back room. What I'm going to remind you of now is what I expect you in this ring. This will be a clean, professionally fought bout under boxing rules. Okay? Now, both of you world-class, championship professionals. And that's how I expect you to act in this ring. You're going to hear me say, stop, because I'm not going to wrestle with you and I'm not going to grapple with you. You hear me say stop, and what that means is stop whatever you're doing, give me a clean break. Protect yourself at all times, obey my commands at all times. Right here on the belt is good, right here on the belt is good. That said, Mr. McGregor, Mr. Mayweather, yes. Gentlemen, let's do this.
Referee Robert Byrd with final instructions.
Byrd very stern at those instructions.
Mayweather 9-0 against southpaws. Looking to go 50-0. Buster Douglas, Rulon Gardner, Broadway Joe Namath responsible for 3 of the biggest upsets in sports history. Conor McGregor wants to sit at the head of that table. The bell and round 1 of the fight and round 1 of Conor McGregor's professional boxing career. It's Mayweather's 388th round, and McGregor immediately going on the attack.
And I think that's the best bet for McGregor. He's got to try to start fast, try to catch Mayweather sleeping. Mayweather's been away for 2 years.
Floyd deciding to fight on the ropes, which is an intriguing strategy. McGregor has to be very careful. If he switches from righty to left, he's squaring himself up.
Looks very focused, looks very calm early on, does Conor McGregor.
Floyd usually takes these early rounds to study the opponent, get the timing, get the visual.
Let's not forget both of them known for their counter striking, although McGregor said he would bring the fight to Floyd Mayweather, and again predicting a second round KO.
I think Conor is, he's got to be busy early on, and I think he came out with the right idea.
And a convivial atmosphere suddenly breaking out here at T-Mobile. McGregor becoming a global icon. And really, you have to respect the fact that he has dared to be great. I mean, this is something I thought we would never see in our lifetime, Al.
Yeah, it's really almost odd to see them both in the ring together. McGregor early on needs to win these rounds, but not overextend himself, because he has had stamina issues later in fights.
He's the bigger man, has the longer reach, and already showing off some of his histrionics and showmanship that has endeared him to his legion of fans.
He's feeling confident early on. Mayweather doing not very busy in this first round. It's been Conor who's mostly gotten the shots off.
And Paulie made the point. We've seen this from Floyd Mayweather many times. It takes 2 or 3 rounds to figure things out, and then he has his way. So we'll see.
Both of these fighters known for their accuracy. In fact, Mayweather, the most accurate puncher in Showstats history. Plus 24 now.
Yeah. McGregor normally throws about 40 punches around in MMA, 12 kicks. So the idea against Mayweather usually is to be busy, and so far he's thrown 30 punches in this round to only 4 by Mayweather. So McGregor is at least showing a certain level of volume.
What he's doing is he's changing range very well. So he's keeping Floyd guessing.
Oh, all right, he just caught Floyd coming in with that left uppercut.
That was intriguing.
30 seconds left in the first round. And a good start for Conor McGregor.
And remember, McGregor is a very good counterpuncher in mixed martial arts.
McGregor was an amateur boxer. Again, never having fought professionally. That was many years ago, but he's known as one of the more powerful and potent strikers in MMA.
Yeah, and he does have that karate background, which is still striking nonetheless.
Good feints by McGregor.
Mayweather has thrown 5
A nice start for the notorious one.
That's a round for McGregor, guys.
Well, an interesting moment. A counter uppercut from Conor McGregor as Floyd Mayweather came in. That was intriguing on many levels. We know McGregor is a good counterpuncher, and for him to land an uppercut as a counterpunch is rare against a fighter like Mayweather. That's an odd thing to see happen.
Stay small. You gonna be at him about the 4th round or something. You gonna be at him. Tell me, keep giving it to him.
Floyd Mayweather's dad, Floyd Mayweather Sr., saying by the 4th round, He'll be yours. Well, we're getting things started here, and conventional wisdom was that it would be incumbent upon Conor McGregor to really make the most of these early rounds. He did a great job in round 1, and already taking the fight again to McGregor round 2. McGregor, though, Paulie, very comfortable along the ropes.
Well, Mayweather very comfortable along the ropes, but yeah, if McGregor keeps him there, keeps Floyd from being able to get off.
Oh, be careful, no hammer fists allowed in boxing.
That was a hammer fist.
The other sport, nice combination though through the guard by McGregor.
Fascinating. That was almost reflex action, wasn't it? By
a good shot by Mayweather.
And you see, it's going to take Mayweather some time to get in the range, but it's up to Conor to keep these histrionics going, keep the range changing going, so that Mayweather doesn't start to find his range. You saw him land that right hand there, but if Conor can keep things moving.
Mayweather wanted to parry the jab of McGregor and land that right hand. Of course, Mayweather known for that pull counter.
Almost no foot movement from Floyd Mayweather. I mean, none. He is just, for the most part, he's staying in the pocket.
McGregor sticking with the team that got him to the dance. John Kavanagh and Owen Roddy, very loyal. And you can make light of it but a guy, wow, nice right hand. And now switching stances.
He switched very quickly there.
And there's a right hand to the body by Mayweather.
And he will do that from time to time, but he doesn't stay right-handed for very long periods of time, but he will switch right-handed, especially as the boxing goes on. He'll stay in right-handed a lot of times.
But if you do it that fast, you may not get hit.
Just past the midpoint of the second round, and it continues to be Conor McGregor with the uptick in offense. And so far, guys, he definitely looks like he belongs in this fight.
Well, and part of the problem for Floyd Mayweather is he's only thrown 6 punches in this round, 12 in the fight so far. So clearly, at some point, he's gonna.
You got to credit McGregor for his counter-punching ability, though. So
nice slipping.
When a guy's got a counter-punching ability, that's good. It'll make you think twice about just leading with any shot.
Under a minute left in the second round, and Conor McGregor again initiating the offense. Goes to the body with the left hand, and
watch your elbow.
Floyd Mayweather desperately needs an uptick in offense. Again, usually takes, as we've mentioned ad nauseum, the early rounds to collect data. But Conor McGregor standing in the pocket and acquitting himself well thus far. And they're roughing up Floyd.
Floyd Mayweather has thrown 4 jabs in this fight.
Good head movement by Mayweather, missing the left hand. Paulie, so far McGregor's had some success with that sidestepping right uppercut.
Yeah. You know what it is with Conor? He's got these abnormally long arms, and a lot of times he finds range for weird shots, more so than somebody else would.
We'll take a look at the keys to victory for these 2 fighters. We'll start with Floyd Mayweather. Land the right hand early. He did once, but not too many times. I think he needs to take him into deep water, which is later rounds where McGregor has never been. He's only been 5 rounds, 25 minutes. And then when he gets him there, channel the Corrales Floyd. Against Diego Corrales years ago, he knocked Corrales down 5 times. Needs to be that kind of aggressive. He's a happy man right now, I guess. Conor McGregor, be physical when possible, and he's done that. Careful when switching, and he's done that. He switched quickly. And the left hand, he hasn't landed a straight left, but he has landed an uppercut.
Let's do more of the same.
The bell in round 3, while Mystic Mac's prognostication didn't come true, he is definitely representing himself well after 6 minutes. And again, going on the attack, but he has to be careful. And I know it's instinctive, but this is boxing. You can't throw a hammer fist.
Yeah, it's really,
especially at the back of the head.
That's the one that's tough for him to get that reflex action out of him.
Yeah. He almost come off like sucker punches as well. In the last fight with that rapid punch that Gervonta landed, but almost natural. And there it is again. Robert Bird didn't see it there.
He's utilizing his size, but he's got to be very careful. We know that both of these guys are not averse to bending the rules, but
stop.
Those hammer fists are not allowed in the squared circle under the Marcus of Queensberry rules.
Well, you get away with what you can. You know, every fighter will bend the rules to a degree. It's just a matter of what you can get away with, and not to make it so obvious, make it a little more subtle.
I think those are reflexive on his.
Al, what do you think of Floyd Mayweather's body language and Floyd Mayweather's start?
Well, you know, he often takes time to figure somebody out, but he will throw more punches than this while doing it. I think Paulie made a good point. He may have already felt the counter-punching of McGregor and doesn't want to just walk in. And Floyd Mayweather's not the kind of guy that is aggressive normally.
Mayweather lunges in. They almost clashed heads.
Also, Conor does look a lot bigger. If you look at them,
he is much bigger.
Yeah, if you look at them right in their stances, more hammer
Mayweather
shots. So Conor's going to wind up losing points for this.
149.5. McGregor said he's probably at 170.
Let's go.
Minute and a half left in the third. And McGregor told us he was going to use crisp footwork. Angles, pop Mayweather's head back with a jab. And again scores with the jab. Again, the longest reach that Mayweather's had to face.
Yeah, and Mayweather, this is the first time in 5 fights that Mayweather has faced someone taller than him. So that could be having an impact on him as well.
Right hand to the body by Mayweather.
And Floyd's making a concerted effort to get to the body. That's one thing about the 8-ounce glove. Oh, nice shot by Mayweather.
Under a minute left in the third.
That's one thing the 8-ounce gloves will make a difference for is they fit in the crevices of those block body shots.
And look how McGregor switches stances while throwing the punch at the same time.
That was impressive. And you know, the jab of McGregor has been very good in this fight.
The base again. Floyd is smiling. I think he's actually appreciating it.
There's an awkwardness to him. It does take you a little bit of time to get used to that awkwardness.
30 seconds left in the third.
The one thing about Conor, though, he doesn't carry a fast pace, so it will allow Floyd to kind of start to...
Oh, man, he's got to be very careful. I'm afraid he's going to get a point deducted if Robert Byrd is noticing these hammer fists. I don't want to take away from what's been a tremendous start by Conor McGregor.
I just think it's so reflexive.
We are through 3 rounds of the money fight in Sin City.
A little better round this round, though, by Mayweather.
Well, Conor McGregor having himself quite the time here in Las Vegas. Now, here's where he had Mayweather down, and that's the hammer fist action that we talked about. And again, that's not a legal blow, but the jabs of McGregor were very effective. Now there you see him from the southpaw stance landing a jab, not monstrously hard. And there's the jab again, but later on in the round, again courting disaster. Now Mayweather ducks down, but still you can't throw punches from the back. You got to throw an uppercut or do something. You can't be throwing that punch. So Robert Byrd may start looking at him. I've never seen Mayweather back up and go sideways like that against a fighter, though.
You know what it is? It's also Conor changing the angle, too. It's not just Mayweather going the other way. It's also Conor switching directions as Mayweather's getting away, so that it's making for the off position of Mayweather. Conor's also putting him there.
Round number 4, McGregor again takes control of center ring, backs Mayweather to the ropes, attacking the body with the right hand. Mayweather motioning that one may have been just south of the equator on the peninsula, but McGregor continuing his attack. And going to the body, and Byrd now warning him to keep those punches upstairs.
Stop! Don't lean on him. Don't lean on his neck. Let's go.
And Mayweather has to be careful with this leaning forward. It does opening him up to uppercut potential.
And the other thing is Mayweather's coming to his head very low. That's part of the reason why McGregor's leaning on this head.
I think Mayweather wants to put the fight on the inside. One thing Conor has to still get adept to is working on the inside a little bit. It's the hardest thing to learn. And with his karate background, he's not used to fighting at that very close range.
Defense, nice left hand by Conor McGregor.
And Floyd also landed the right at the same time.
Yeah, he landed a nice shot there as well. Mayweather picking up the pace.
And this is the mental pressure right here.
Left hand by Mayweather that scores.
This is what can start to bother McGregor, the mental pressure.
Right hand by Mayweather.
Because this is the distance that Conor does not want to fight at. He wants to keep it at a longer distance.
McGregor pivots like Mayweather is known to do. He told us he's always on his toes, always ready to pivot. Watch for that check left hook.
McGregor's really pushing his punches right now. He's not.
Nice combination by Mayweather.
I tell you, I started seeing Mayweather start to close the distance a little bit at the end of that last round.
Good jab by McGregor.
He's got a good jab. You know, Mayweather's had long layoffs before. He came back from 21 months when he was 30 years old to face Juan Manuel Marquez and was very sharp.
Right hand to the body by Mayweather. Oh, nice counter left though by McGregor that popped Mayweather's head back.
As I said in the last round, he started having some success at the end of the round. He's continuing at this round. He's starting to land with some more authority.
But McGregor's also doing very well in the round.
He's jabbing.
A minute left in the fourth.
It's a very close round.
Yep. It's been amazing start.
You know, it's not that there's a lot on these McGregor punches, but he's placing them well.
You know what it is? The jab can control your output if he uses it right, and he does sometimes use that jab very well to control your output.
He's controlling Mayweather here, keeping him at a distance. Mayweather blocking a lot of those shots, but missing with those. Left uppercut lands for McGregor. Does a good job of escaping with footwork.
Counter right by Mayweather there.
Stop. Step out.
Right now, Floyd Mayweather is having a hard time getting off with his punches. That's just a fact.
We are through 4 rounds. The notorious Conor McGregor in his first pro boxing fight. So far, so good.
Here we see Mayweather missing with the right and the counter punch by McGregor. He is we said it before, he's an excellent counter puncher. Then later in the round, Mayweather was able to get some good offense done. He goes with the jab over the kind of a lazy right hand by McGregor and is able to get that punch in what was a very close round. McGregor with the jab, but a nice right hand by Mayweather over a very lazy jab by McGregor, in which McGregor was kind of caught between the lefty and righty stance.
5. This is 5.
The 5th round begins. Mayweather double jab and right away takes the fight to Floyd Mayweather. What has impressed you the most, Al, from the notorious neophyte when it comes to boxing?
Two things: an excellent jab and the ability to work angles against Floyd Mayweather and come at him from different angles. So that's been very impressive by him.
Yes, Floyd seems surprised by the angles McGregor does show.
Yeah, and the third thing is the counter punching by McGregor, which has been good.
Floyd just kind of not being very creative. Not being very creative taking the fight to McGregor. Usually Floyd is a little bit more creative, uses more feints. It's almost like he thinks if he's just going to keep walking him down, he'll get to him.
Mayweather, 20 years off the longest layoff of his career. He's 40, and this is what we thought we'd see. Robert Byrd immediately interjects himself. You know, McGregor told us as well, so many of Mayweather's opponents in the past seem mentally defeated on their way to the ring. Not this guy.
I mean, is Floyd Mayweather, this is a whole different Floyd Mayweather. Walking forward, he's not really normally an attacker, but he's not attacking that effectively. Does he just think he's going to land something big here and knock him out? Maybe he will, I don't know, but it's not the way Floyd Mayweather fights. And look at him lunging with the right hand. That's not Floyd Mayweather.
Nice right hand to the body by McGregor. McGregor doing a good job with his angles and his head movement.
I tell you what Floyd should be doing is cutting the ring off. He's
very impressive.
He's not.
He's circling the ring with Conor instead of cutting the ring off.
And McGregor's doing enough work to make it work. They're not all monstrous punches.
And they don't always have to be.
No.
It's not always about landing the hardest punches. It's about landing the more controlling the round and landing just enough punches.
And Conor McGregor with the size difference and joint work in the clinch and really just dictating the pace of this fight, guys.
And as we move forward, as we go longer in this fight, McGregor's only been 25 minutes total in a fight, but will his size and leaning on Mayweather make Mayweather tired?
And he's doing a good job of avoiding Mayweather's punches.
Guys, that landed on.
No wrestling.
There's a left hand that lands from Mayweather. 30 seconds left in the 5th.
Floyd there.
Final 10 seconds of the 5th.
Conor's movement, though, now still able to get him just enough space to keep him comfortable in those spots.
Bell! Oh, hey! Don't do that! Don't do that! You'll make it much easier. That touch, you touch, you don't fade. You leaning, you touching him, leaning on them, touching him. He ain't gonna be too much for him. Open the punches up and shoot it off your face. I told him that's unnecessary. I told him what happened was unnecessary.
Right. Now he's relaxed. Full recovery again.
There you go.
In the clinch, put him on the back foot. Get bigger.
The second wind is there.
Easy. All he wants to do is he wants to stand in front and make it work.
No hitting the arms.
All you again. Easy walk, Conor.
Keep it clean, guys. Keep it clean. Keep it clean.
The bell in round 6. Al, most boxing experts predicted that this would be where Floyd Mayweather may start to take control of the fight. We do not see any evidence of that yet.
Well, I think that was presupposing that he had done good work to this point, and only in a couple rounds has Mayweather done good work.
And McGregor's pace, but again,
he's
those
standing
punches.
I mean, that's crazy. Mayweather just kind of turning his back.
But he's also ducking his head.
Yeah, can't turn your back like that and expect nothing to happen. I mean, that's something we just have never seen from Floyd Mayweather.
McGregor lands another jab. The speed is not there for Floyd Mayweather. The legs aren't what they were for Al.
Yeah, unless something changes, Floyd Mayweather is looking like a shadow of himself, which isn't to suggest he won't win this fight. He may well.
There's a right hand to the body by Mayweather. And for Conor McGregor, you have to wonder as well, his conditioning.
Right, exactly.
You know what it is? He's not cutting the ring off, though. So that's a big thing with Conor. You got to cut him off when he's starting like this.
There's a lead right hand, a cuffing right hand by Mayweather. And another right hand by Floyd Mayweather. And now Mayweather, the tide beginning to turn in round 6. Now Mayweather beginning to open up on McGregor as he backs up. His hands are low.
Still not cutting him off, though. That was a spot right there where he's supposed to cut the ring off.
And, you know, Floyd Mayweather, this is not his normal way of fighting. So he got
This is not a normal opponent.
Right, and he got some things done there, and it helped him in this round. It's just we have to understand he doesn't normally do this.
Midpoint of the 6th round. Nice left hand to the body by McGregor. Flying at the jab again. Got to be, and the referee warning Bird warning Mayweather to keep his head up.
Good body work there by McGregor.
Yep.
And that was a surge by
and
Mayweather.
Now a combination by Mayweather, but then the counter left hand by McGregor. He's known for that lethal left hand.
Step out. Okay.
And whatever you may have heard about Mayweather having difficulty with southpaws in the past, please, 9-0 with 4 knockouts. McGregor flashing his tongue. He's having fun in the money fight.
Yeah, Mayweather has done well against lefties before. He's fought great lefties. So it's not just that.
And the chance of Conor filling the T-Mobile Arena.
And, you know, these are close rounds right here. Mayweather may be winning them, but McGregor's acquitting himself very well. Certainly McGregor won those early rounds.
A lot of times it's Mayweather landing a couple of harder shots.
Good right hand. That was a harder right hand by Mayweather.
But Conor having a lot of success in bigger spots of the rounds.
A compelling contest through 6 rounds. We are at the midpoint of the money fight in Sin City.
Both men had their moments in round number 6. McGregor rather, using that jab and a straight left hand. He hasn't landed that punch that much. And Mayweather kind of ducking on the inside, and McGregor trying the uppercut there, but the jab and the straight left were good for McGregor. And then here comes Mayweather. This is where Mayweather really came forward, still taking some counter punches.
And here's the
from
thing
McGregor.
here's the thing about what I'm saying. Floyd.
Lean on him, wait for the ref to
let's
come
wait
in
for
and
the corner
break.
first.
Also, when you're in that clinch, make him go backwards, make him step backwards, yeah? All right, full recovery.
Feints and counters.
Beautiful move. Easy move.
Too many rounds.
Let's go again, yeah? All you, pal.
So in Conor McGregor's first foray as a professional boxer, he's made it to the second half of this 12-round fight. And Mayweather going to the body.
Floyd Mayweather has only scored 4 knockdowns in the last 12 years. So he's not been a power puncher, but
I'm very impressed with McGregor's footwork and his angles and the ability to reset as we bring our unofficial scorer, Steve Farhood in. Steve, how do you see it after 6?
3-3, Mo. First 3 rounds, McGregor was given a lot of free shots, and he took them, especially early in the rounds. Mayweather hardly punched at all, so I gave the first 3 to McGregor. But since then, much less on McGregor's punches, and Mayweather effectively aggressive, and giving him 4, 5, and 6. So at the halfway mark, I have it even.
And that's the thing about McGregor. He's still learning. He still has to learn to leverage his power in boxing. You know, in MMA, he's got a lot of leverage on those shots, but as a boxer, he still hasn't learned to leverage that power properly. So even in this fight, he's got it looks like a brilliant tactical game plan, but he's not leveraging a lot of power. There's not powerful shots.
He gets better leverage on his body shots than he does.
Double underhooks by McGregor again.
And even a little bit on the uppercut.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a lead right hand by Mayweather that scored.
But you can even hear
uppercut on the inside by McGregor.
You can even hear the shots when they're landing. Floyd's are visibly harder shots, even by seeing them and hearing them.
But McGregor's been
nice 3-punch combination by Mayweather. Now the lead right hand tags McGregor. And Mayweather now becoming more active and very accurate here in round 7.
Step all the way out. All the way out.
And you wonder now, is McGregor starting to fatigue a bit, guys? Here now in the 7th round, 18 minutes of action, the longest he's gone in MMA, which of course, anaerobic, aerobic, much different, 25 minutes, but Mayweather just landed a couple of right hands. What do you think, Al? Is McGregor slowing down?
Maybe a little bit. Right here is where McGregor needs a counterpunch to slow Mayweather up.
On the reset, Mayweather picks him off with the right hand and the jab.
And Conor's running out of ideas.
Part of the problem is, Paulie made the point, McGregor's power here is not dramatic, and he hasn't gotten leverage on all these punches.
Remember, Floyd Mayweather said it himself, if this thing goes the distance, it's a victory for Conor McGregor. Both of them said it would not.
It's been a very good round for Mayweather. Maybe his best in the fight.
And yet McGregor's still showing some good defense with the head movement. And that was the question. The head movement in MMA and boxing a lot different.
Yeah, exactly.
5 seconds. Hell!
Mayweather's punch of choice as a power punch has always been the straight right. And he throws it well as a lead punch, as he did there. Often you can do that against the left-hander. And throughout that round, he was able to land that punch very effectively there again as a lead punch. And so the Mayweather right hand, which is his power punch, even though getting hit with a jab, still able to land it. And he didn't use a jab to set that up at all. Big power punches by Mayweather.
Are you ready for it? Keep going. You don't want to get like the way around and stop. Let's go.
This is round 8, gentlemen, round 8.
Body language beginning to speak some volumes, I think. Much slower to start the round as McGregor again attacking the back of the head, but Mayweather, he can't turn his back to his opponent.
Yeah, but Conor's one stepping around.
He can't turn his back to his opponent.
He's not turning his back, guys.
Yes, he is.
Yes, Conor's stepping around.
Yeah, sorry, Paul.
Conor's stepping around. And it's allowed, don't get me wrong, it's allowed to step around.
Well, yeah.
But it's Conor stepping around. Floyd's
then he's burying his head in his hands. That's putting it back to the guy.
Come on.
you know.
30 seconds gone in the 8th round, and Mayweather with the more effective, more powerful strikes, but McGregor staying in front of him, trying to keep him at bay with the jab.
McGregor needs to land something of note, I think, in this round.
There's one, left hand. Back to southpaw. There's a scoring couple of right hands by Mayweather. Does have more power.
Nice
left hand clipped Mayweather. Good stuff here in round 8.
What we're getting is a very compelling round.
It's a compelling fight.
Yeah.
Although Mayweather now beginning to tattoo and then smart McGregor.
What was the last fight you saw Floyd Mayweather coming forward to try and knock someone out? Doesn't happen. So he's doing that in this fight, and that's making it more fun. And McGregor is boxing his way to what he hopes might be a chance at victory.
Come up.
Minute and a half left in the 8th.
Those are mostly arm punches by McGregor, but he's getting some work done.
That's the thing, if Floyd doesn't get off and Conor's able to even get those arm punches off, it's okay for him to be able to take the round that way. It's a tactical thing he's doing. It's not a power fight he's fighting, you know?
I just don't understand Mayweather leaning down like that repeatedly.
There's a right hook by McGregor.
Get off his neck. Left uppercut.
And there's the power punches you see. Mayweather landing more. And a power punch is everything but a jab in this fight. And Mayweather has probably landed more of those. The jab of McGregor has been his main weapon.
But the fact that we are in round 8 and it's been as competitive as it has been, Al,
that makes McGregor
is a statement.
Yeah, absolutely a statement. It's a statement on McGregor doing well and Mayweather being a little slower.
He's won the most rounds against Floyd since maybe like Cotto.
Very good. Yeah,
good
since Cotto.
Oh, nice combination by McGregor.
Good straight left hand.
Another combination, right hook to the body, left hand upstairs by McGregor, now with the peekaboo defense.
It's a close round.
Yeah, Conor woke up a little bit this round. Nice right hand by Floyd.
Yeah, good left jab by Mayweather as well.
First time we're seeing Conor initiate clinches, though.
Yeah, I agree, and it's a testament to Mayweather's accuracy and with the power shots beginning to maybe wear down McGregor.
And also, of course, we're in round 8.
Yes. This will actually be...
Step out.
It's 24 minutes now in the books. McGregor's only been 25 minutes once.
Exactly.
Again, different type of action, we know.
That could have been a pivotal round, round 8, in terms of who got it.
And one of the power couples in sports and entertainment, A-Rod and J-Lo.
Who isn't here tonight? Everybody's here.
Yeah. Just take a step forward. Bubble with your shoulders. Underhook. That's our game.
We want them on the back.
Angles.
Use your fakes as well, all right? Now, a few deep breaths, full recovery.
There you go.
It's beautiful work on it. You'll land some lovely shots.
With his hands up, that shell style. Step in, meet him. Clean.
Yeah, tie him up over under, turn the corner. All right, good work, man.
Here at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, the money fight has reached round 9. McGregor looking for the money shot.
That hurt
and that hurt Mayweather. Conor McGregor and Mayweather.
Again, body shot.
A body shot. That hurt. Money Mayweather.
Oh, that was legal.
Whoa. Let's not see a repeat of the Victor Ortiz fight.
You understand what I'm saying to you? All right, here we go.
Again, McGregor utilizing his footwork and throwing punches. Not a lot behind them, Paul. You're right. And yet, he has scored early, but Mayweather trying to come forward now.
That's the thing, Mo. As long as he's not getting hit back, it's still a tactical fight that he can win these rounds.
And he's scoring here.
Yeah.
Coughing of the left hands. Mayweather just shelling up.
It's not the most explosive offense, but if the other guy's not getting off, it gives you a chance to win the round. Of course, it doesn't take very many shots to get hit and return explosively.
And there's an explosive right hand by Mayweather.
If Mayweather lands 2 or 3 of those, it gives him the advantage back in the round because Conor's shots just didn't mean enough. So it's what's making these rounds intriguing and close.
Well, it's been an entertaining fight thus far as the right hand lands from Mayweather. Al, you've called boxing for over 30 years. What do you make of this?
Well, it's a combination of Floyd Mayweather being put in a position where he's doing something he doesn't usually do. It's a combination of Conor McGregor doing a very good job.
Here we go.
Conor's getting more tired.
Yes, he is. It's beginning to be evident, although again, utilizing the angles. Oh, there's a right hand and a left by Mayweather. Here in round 10, Mayweather is hurting McGregor. McGregor stumbling.
He's looking up at the clock. We're going to see how much time's left in the round 2.
McGregor starting to fatigue, definitely in round 9. Mayweather tees over the left and a right. McGregor on the ropes.
McGregor has never been knocked out in MMA.
Submitted 3 times, it was only 3 losses.
3 times, but never knocked out.
McGregor, he's also got no legs. He got a couple of those right hands Floyd landed.
A minute left in the 9th. McGregor fading. Mayweather coming forward with a right hand. McGregor can take a shot.
He is exhausted.
There's another right hand.
He doesn't have his legs underneath him.
Floyd Mayweather coming on here in round 9. Another right hand. McGregor has to clinch. The veteran move. But Robert Byrd keeps them separated. Now, Floyd Mayweather beginning to open up on McGregor. The best round of the fight for Floyd Mayweather, and the first round that we have seen Conor McGregor appreciably slow down. Another right hand to left. Oh, Floyd money Mayweather in the 9th. Continues to score as we head to round number 10.
Get that. Let him go. That's all.
All right, everyone calm down. Calm down.
Okay, listen. Just need to tie him up this round. Okay, pop a shot, tie, lean. We'll cover this round, okay? Few deep breaths.
Still slipping most of his shots.
Here's where Floyd Mayweather got McGregor in trouble. It would be the right hand, as it has been throughout this fight, that has worked best for Floyd Mayweather. That is his best punch, and he throws it a lot. And that was the one that really, you can see McGregor really gassed a little bit. He's taking some punches, trying to throw back, but it was the McGregor right hand there that started the problem for McGregor, and he would continue with those right hands throughout the rest of the round and get McGregor into even more trouble. As McGregor goes back with his hands down and Mayweather continues to flash that right hand.
Get off his neck! Get off his neck!
Round number 10. Robert Byrd admonishing McGregor, telling him to get off his neck. After a very spirited round from Mayweather, comes out in the peekaboo defense.
And you may score that last round 10-9 or 10-8.
Yeah, I was going to say, Paulie.
I could make it 10-9. I don't, usually do that without a knockdown, but you could make it that. 56% of power punches is what Mayweather is landing. He normally lands north of 50%.
And our unofficial score, Steve Farhood has it razor close, 86-85 from Mayweather.
We're going to hold on one more.
Yep. And but again, we're talking about a guy in his first pro boxing fight here in round 10 against Floyd Mayweather. And Floyd Mayweather landing the right hands now at will and tags McGregor again. Floyd Mayweather has McGregor on the ropes, literally and figuratively. How is the notorious one still standing?
That's it.
Oh, Robert Byrd has stopped the fight. But what a night it has been here in Las Vegas. I say the money fight delivered out.
It was an intriguing matchup, and for that man, Floyd Mayweather, first knockout since 2011, first stoppage. McGregor did not go down. He showed great heart, but ultimately,
give McGregor credit, you know.
I'm good. He knows this. Get out of his face.
A tip of the hat to Conor McGregor. Again, guys, daring to be great, taking on one of the all-time greats. And I would say he did not embarrass himself.
No, not at all. I don't think he embarrassed himself at all. I think at the end, you know, it was a matter of being fatigued. I think to some of the early body shots.
You know what? Discipline and composure. Respect. That's what I want to play. Discipline and composure. Yeah. Great job, man. Great job.
And a great shot. show respect from the crowd here at the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. A historic night. Floyd Mayweather coming out of retirement. And now he improves to 50-0, and I know already people are saying, but wait a minute, 50th win against a guy who's never fought professionally. It was still a sanctioned boxing match, Al. He's 50-0.
We got his win, and he's undefeated. And he did it in a very different way. He did it as an aggressor. He said he would knock out McGregor, and he did, and yet McGregor had his own.
That was exciting.
Yeah, it was exciting. It was interesting.
And
And Mayweather landed 20 of 25 power shots to close the show in that. And we will take a look at the example of what he did here. McGregor was very tired at this point. Mayweather was raining right hands on him. And the right hand of Mayweather, which is a very accurate punch anyway, just continued to land.
And this is the inexperience of McGregor, too.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how to survive, doesn't know how to hold, doesn't know how to survive even when he's hurt and tired. There's ways you can play possum or even survive. Conor was just taking shots flush.
And he has other ways in MMA to survive, but here he couldn't do it, and he's in all kinds of trouble here. The right hand of Mayweather is like a laser beam, and I mentioned the 20 of 25 of those power shots landed right at the end, and Robert Bird's, and no complaint from McGregor about the stoppage.
McGregor took on the best of the best. I would say, is there a future for him in boxing after this, Al?
I don't know. That's something else to discuss, but right now, I think that Mayweather is showing us that even though this was a slightly imperfect performance by him early, he came on and did the thing he needed to do in this fight, which was be Floyd Mayweather, the aggressor, throw a lot of power punches, and he did that against McGregor. And we see him doing it here. And ultimately, we mentioned 25 minutes had been the longest he had been in the octagon, and this was well past
And you have to stop this fight. McGregor hadn't thrown a punch in about a minute here, you know what I'm saying? So even if not every shot's landing clean, it was an assault right there. You had to stop it. McGregor was not returning fire. It's a defenseless guy.
And at the end, we see now that mixing in a left hook. We didn't see that many from Mayweather during the course of this fight. He mixed them in. Mostly it was the right hand that did the damage. And McGregor's so fatigued at this juncture. What a heart Conor McGregor has, but MMA fans know that from watching him perform in the octagon.
Floyd Money Mayweather, at the age of 40, comes out of retirement and does what, well, a lot of people expected him to do, defeat Conor McGregor. But for Conor McGregor, this was expected to be an egregious mismatch. I'm wondering how many people now, well, are upset that they missed this match. It was fun.
It was fun.
He's composed. That's it. That's it. He's just composed. Just composed. He's not fast. He's not powerful.
You look at the numbers. 58% of the power punches landed by Mayweather. Extraordinary.
Final show stats brought to you by Corona Extra. And with the official announcement here, once again, the classy Jimmy Lennon Jr.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the time of 1 minute 5 seconds in round number 10. Our referee stops the contest. He is the winner by way of technical knockout and still undefeated, Floyd Money Mayweather.
The money belt goes to Money Mayweather. Here's Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Mauro. Floyd, congratulations on this fight. You guys just had an exchange of words talking to each other. What did he say, and what did you say back?
We talked about he's a tough competitor, and I think we gave the fans what they wanted to see. I told them that I owe them for the Pacquiao fight. I must come straight ahead and give the fans a show. And I think that's what I gave him.
Was he better than you had expected?
He's a lot better than I thought he was. He used different angles. He was a tough competitor, but I was the better man tonight.
Was it awkward for you in the first several rounds? First 3 rounds seemed as though you lost and were off to a slow start. Were you just trying to figure him out, or was he just better in those rounds?
No, that was our game plan. Our game plan was to take our time, go to him, let him shoot all his heavy shots early, and then take him out at the end, down the stretch.
Floyd, you seem to come to life and figure this out. Did he seem tired to you as he got onto the 7th, 8th, and 9th rounds?
Well, that was our game plan. Me and my dad talked about it. We wanted him to shoot his heavy shots in the beginning because we know in the MMA he fight 25 minutes real hard. After 25 minutes, he started to slow down.
In the 9th round, that was your biggest round, if you can remember that, right before the stoppage in the 10th round. When you had him in that 9th round, did you pretty well know at that point that this would be a knockout and it was only just going to be a matter of a few more moments?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I guarantee you, I guaranteed everybody that this fight wouldn't go the distance.
Because you said boxing's reputation was on the line.
Boxing reputation was on the line. Boxing is a hell of a sport. MMA is a hell of a sport. And I want to thank all the fans from Ireland and all the fans around the world that came to this event.
Floyd, you've had a couple years off, 714 days. There's no beating Father Time. Were you a much different fighter this evening, and could you tell that you were age 40?
Well, no, that was our game plan. Our game plan was to go straight ahead. I told you guys in numerous interviews that I would go straight ahead. I wouldn't back up, and that's what I did.
50-0. You said you're not going to talk about 50-0 because it didn't matter to you. Now you're 50-0. Does it?
I couldn't do it without the fans.
Does it matter?
A win is a win, no matter how you get it.
Does the record 50-0, and you know its significance, fighting 49-0, and now breaking this record or setting this record, does it matter, and what does it mean to you?
Rocky Marciano is a legend, and I just look forward to going down in the Hall of Fame someday. I look forward to you going down in the Hall of Fame also.
Thank you, I appreciate that, Floyd. Your legacy, will you fight again? If somebody comes and says, here's another $300-400 million, we know you love money, we know you love fighting. You promised Al Heyman this was it, but could you be lured back?
This was my last fight tonight, ladies and gentlemen. My last fight.
That's for certain, no matter what's in front of you.
For sure. Tonight was my last fight, for sure. Tonight I chose the right dance partner to dance with. Conor McGregor, you're a hell of a champion. And to the country of Ireland, we love you guys.
Floyd, congratulations. Terrific career.
Great work, great work, great work. Good job. Come on, thank you. Good job. I turned him into a Mexican tonight. He fought like a Mexican.
Conor, how would you assess your performance? I'm sure that other than you, so bear with us, other than you, this is a pretty surprising performance by a man who has never fought a professional boxing bout.
I don't know. I thought I took the early rounds pretty handy. He had to change his style, and fair play to him. He did. He adjusted. He changed his style, put the hands up and walked forward. He's composed. He's not that fast. He's not that powerful, but boy, is he composed in there. So he was making me throw, and he was patient with his shots. I've got to give him nothing but respect. Fair play to him. Great career he's had. What can I say? Fuck, I had a bit of fun over on this side. Hopefully entertained the fans on this side. I thought it was close though, and I thought it was a little early of a stoppage. I get like that when I'm tired. I get a little wobbly and floaty. But fuck, get me into the corner and I'll recover and I'll come back. I'd have liked him to hit the floor. I'd have liked the ref to, you know what I mean? There's a lot on the line here. He should have let me keep going, I thought, but fair play to him. I'm not gonna.
You're doing it to protect you, probably. You didn't want the protection?
I mean, I was just a little fatigued. He was a lot more composed under the shots. He was a lot more experienced, especially in the later part of it. But early on, I felt like it was handy enough, to be honest. But he's composed in there. I've got to give it to him. That's what 50 pro fights will give you. So fair play to him.
Conor, I may be wrong in this assessment, and tell me, but you seem happy. I know you're not happy to lose, but are you pleased with how you performed?
I don't know. I've been here before. I've been strangled on live TV and came back. So I don't know. I would have liked to just let it go. Fuck it. It was some buzz. To get in here, the squared circle, everything was different. There was a lot more fun. I thought it was close. I thought we were close. Don't get me wrong, I get a little wobbly when I'm fatigued, similar to the Diaz 2 fight.
Did you get tired?
That's exactly what it is, it's fatigue. That's why I thought the ref could have just let it keep going a little. Let me go down. Let the man put me down. Like wobbly and fatigue, that's energy. That's not damage. I'm clear-headed.
Will you box again? Would you like to box again?
We'll see what happens, I don't know. We'll have 2 titles I don't know. I'm having a buzz floating around. Anyone wants to knock, give me a shout.
And will you go back to the UFC and fight again?
Of course.
At the rates you were fighting for before, after you made so much money now, or have you changed the paradigm for MMA fighters?
The game changes every time we grow and we see what's what. But whatever, I thought it was close. I thought I had him in the early rounds. I thought he was getting in the middle towards the end. Where was the final 2 rounds? Let me wobble back to my corner. Let me try and recompose myself. You know what I mean? You've got to put me out. I'm brand new, I'm clear spoken. It's not bothering me, so I don't know what way to feel, to be honest. I'm just happy I'm draped in the flag. Happy I was able to bring my team along, the country with me, and just getting to perform for a different crowd. No one's taking these type of risks. So fuck it, you can lay into me all you want. I'll take it on the chin. I'll take it wrapped around the neck on live TV. I've took them both, so it's another day for me.
Conor, thank you. Enjoyed it.
Thanks so much. Have a good night, Jim. Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, Morrow, back to you.
All right, thank you very much, Jim. Gracious. In victory, Floyd Mayweather. Conor McGregor, of course, plenty of heart. Wanted to be given an opportunity to continue. I think the referee did the job that he was assigned to do, protect McGregor. And let's go to the scores at the time of the stoppage, the official scores. All three judges had it in favor of Floyd Mayweather. Let's bring in our unofficial score, Steve Farhood.
Well, I had it much closer than that. That's because I gave McGregor the first 3 rounds, as did Dave Moretti. The other 2 judges, Cavallari and Clements, gave Mayweather 2 of the first 3 rounds. But from 4 on, it was all Mayweather, and that's why you see as wide scores as you do there. He won every round on every card after round 3.
So after the money fight, we will now return to regularly scheduled programming in boxing and MMA. As Conor McGregor leaves the T-Mobile Arena defeated, but I think his legion of fans will be happy with his effort tonight in his first professional boxing match.
He performed extremely well, even in losing. I thought the scorecards could have been a little closer as Steve Farhood had it, but in any case, this man did a very, very good job, and Floyd Mayweather was forced to be a different kind of a fighter, and he was up to the task.
Moral victory for Conor. You know, I think not a lot was expected of him. I think even if he would have won a round, it would have been something that people would have been surprised by. I think he did a lot better than that, or the early rounds especially. He was very competitive. It's just Floyd kept walking him down, and eventually that ended up breaking him.
Floyd Mayweather said 100% it would not go the distance. He delivered on his promise, and he is now saying that this was his swan song. We've heard that before, but he leaves with potential earnings in his career of nearly $1 billion. The money fight, I dare say it
produces money.
Hype. Yeah, it
produces money.
All right, it's bedlam down here. The notorious McGregor camp leaving, Floyd Mayweather leaving. Brian Custer, let's go back to you, my man.
Thank you, Mo. I tell you, the real winners, boxing fans. Listen, they wanted this fight, and this was an entertaining fight between both of these guys. The other winners, Floyd Mayweather and Conor McGregor. They both are going to back up the Brinks truck to the bank. I mean, Lord have mercy, the paydays these two guys are taking home. But, you know, Conor McGregor comported himself well tonight. Good showing for him. And, you know, I'm looking at my notes. At the 4th round, you kind of had see that he was tiring out. Floyd Mayweather said he was going to come forward, and he did that. By the way, the post-fight press conference with Floyd Mayweather, Conor McGregor will be available at Showtime Boxing on Facebook. Joining me now, UFC Hall of Famer, Pat Miletich. And first of all, listen, great sportsmanship by these two.
Yes.
That was an entertaining fight between these guys.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, McGregor was doing the things that we talked about. He was putting his hands on his head. He was steering McGregor around. You could see that he was a much stronger athlete. But Mayweather, in Mayweather fashion, look, he hardly threw any punches in the first 3 rounds. He was coasting. He was computing, figuring things out, Brian, and it was obvious once he figured things out, started unloading and just picking McGregor apart.
Number of people, you've done a number of interviews. I've had to do another number of interviews. And one thing I said is this fight cannot go past 25 minutes. That's the longest that Conor McGregor has fought, and he tired out in that last fight that he did. You saw that here, and it was almost that Floyd Mayweather was coming forward to put that mental pressure on Conor McGregor to say, no matter how much you're throwing, I'm still coming at you.
Well, and here's the thing about that. When a good boxer puts pressure on a person who's not that experienced at boxing, you continually want to make distance to get room to get your punches off instead of stepping angles, dropping a hip, and doing those sort of things. McGregor was simply trying to make room so that he had room to punch, which fatigues you. I mean, it's, as you said, mental. Somebody's dominating there, walking forward, and you're going backwards. Things are not going right.
I want you to take a listen here, and folks, take a listen to what was going on in the corners of these fighters. It's brought to you by Corner Tracks.
I love you. Okay? I love you. Let me get man. You can take care of this brother, okay? I got it.
Relax. At ones and twos, body is always there. Enjoy it, yeah? It's only gonna get better. Easy work. Be patient with your shots. He's gonna try and drag this out as long as you can.
Floyd, you ready to go whenever you ready for it? You going.
When he stands in front of you, tie him up and lean on him. Get him a little bit tight. Do not let him push you backwards when you're in the clinch. When you're in the clinch, get him on the back foot and then take control with speed.
You in good shape, man. Pick up the pace on it.
Trainer tracks there as we take a look at Floyd Mayweather walking into his victorious dressing room, family and friends. That's Al Heyman, his manager. He manages so many fighters. Boy, listen, he's like the ghost. Not too many people see video and shots of Al Heyman as he gives him a big hug here. And you know, I thought was the one interesting thing was Conor McGregor didn't hold. He should have held, and that's the inexperience.
He should have more, definitely. You're right, Brian.
Listen, we're going to have more in just a moment. You'll hear from our ringside team. They called the fight. They'll review the entire night of action from here in Las Vegas. Mayweather versus McGregor has been brought to you by Corona Extra. Corona invites you to find your beach. By Body Armor. Ditch artificial sports drinks and make the switch to Body Armor Sports Drink. And by Showtime Pay-Per-View. Let's recap our night of boxing. We started with cruiserweight. Andrew Tabiti taking on Steve Cunningham. Tabiti unbeaten, just too young, too fast. Number of combinations against Cunningham, and he walks away with a unanimous decision. He remains unbeaten. We had a WBA light heavyweight title fight. Nathan Cleverly, the champion, taking on Badou Jack, who moved up in weight. Ooh, Badou Jack. Body shots, hurt him in the 4th round, and then in the 5th round is where he poured it on. Badou Jack, stepping up in weight, gets the 5th round stoppage. He is now the WBA light heavyweight champion. Our co-main event was for the vacant IBF Junior lightweight title fight. Gervonta Davis didn't make weight, so he got stripped of the title. Francisco Fonseca could have won it, but this one was somewhat controversial in the 8th round. It was a good shot by Davis, but then it was that shot in the back of the head. Controversial there. Fonseca says that's what hurt him. Davis says it was a shot before that hurt him. Nonetheless, Gervonta Davis walks away with a victory and a stoppage in the 8th round. In our main event, it was what a number of people wanted to see. Super welterweight special attraction. Floyd Mayweather looking to go 50-0 against Conor McGregor, making his professional boxing debut. First 3 rounds, all Conor McGregor, but then Floyd Mayweather really turned it on in the 4th round. Had him hurt in the 7th round, 9th round really hurt him, and then in the 10th round, that left hand, the right hand, and Robert Byrd had seen enough. He stops it. Floyd Mayweather gets a 10th round TKO. He's now 50-0. You know, what an interesting night here in Las Vegas. Let's go ringside now to the guys who called all the action. Here's Morrill, Al, and Paulie.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. Al, 90% mental, all of combat sports. Let's talk about Floyd Mayweather's mental toughness.
Yeah, I thought he showed that in starting about round 5 or 6. Conor McGregor fought very well in this fight, almost through 7.5 rounds. So Floyd Mayweather was forced to fight a different kind of fight, be aggressive, go after Conor McGregor, and things weren't going exactly perfectly for Floyd. But around round 5 or so, when a great champion knows he's got to make something happen, both mentally and physically, something kicks in. And it did for Floyd Mayweather, and you have to give him all the credit in the world for being able to do that at age 40, off a 23-month layoff and give Conor McGregor credit for fighting 7.5 really good rounds.
Paulie, you were involved in a storyline leading up to this fight. You had sparred with McGregor, a lot of bad blood between you two, but I know you're a professional as well. What do you think of Conor McGregor's performance, the stoppage? Does he have a future at all in boxing?
I think he started the fight very well, actually. It was a tactical brilliance almost. You know, I mean, it was awkward, but it was effective in the early stages. Now, having said that, you know, the mental pressure Floyd was applying, Conor doesn't have enough experience in the ring, so it's going to fatigue him a little bit faster because he sees this guy constantly walking him down. Even if Conor was being effective, the constant walking him down is going to cause fatigue physically, but also mentally. Like, I can't get this guy out of my face. Conor's used to hurting guys. He's not hurting him. And it's got him to the point where he was able to fire back less and less. As far as the stoppage is concerned, and we saw Conor say, I would have liked to end up on my back, and that didn't even go down. Here's the problem with that. You have to punch back. If you don't, he didn't punch back for about over a minute in that final sequence. You have to show, if you want to really fight, you got to show the referee you want to fight. You can't just say afterwards, I wanted to fight. If you don't throw a punch back for a minute while you're being assaulted, you got to get stopped. I mean, you can't put the referee in that kind of position. So as much as he wants to say he wanted to continue fighting, he got a chance to show that. But of course, it's okay. The exhaustion, we understand that. Some body shots from Floyd Mayweather. Again, the mental pressure I thought was effective, and eventually it wore him down.
A lot of people made this MMA versus boxing. A lot of fans, purists, saying what an embarrassment it was to the sport. I think at the end of the night, a competitive, entertaining fight. And for both MMA and boxing, hey, I love both sports. I call both sports. This thing's in a vacuum. It's a once-in-a-lifetime event. Congratulations to Floyd Mayweather. And again, I say respect to Conor McGregor for daring to be great. And this would not have happened without two larger-than-life personas who transcend their respective disciplines, McGregor and Mayweather. The money fight, Brian Custer, I'd say it delivered.
Yeah, you're right about that, Mo. Thank you, gentlemen. And you know what? Two other winners tonight. How about boxing and the sport of MMA?
Absolutely. You know, the brilliant thing that I saw about this is that the opportunity for both sports fan bases to come together and come away with a lot of respect for the other one. Look, I've been watching fighting since I was a little kid, watching Ali and Frazier on the couch eating popcorn. I loved boxing. I've always loved boxing. I love mixed martial arts. I love combat sports. That's the way fans need to be. Love all the combat sports and support the combat sports.
Did you enjoy the evening tonight?
This is incredible. Just sitting next to you is awesome.
Look at that, my man, Pat Miletich. All right, listen, folks. It was a great night here in Las Vegas as we take a one last look at the victorious Floyd Money Mayweather. What a fight between him and Conor McGregor as he gets the stoppage. And for Floyd Mayweather, now retiring as the only man in boxing undefeated at 50-0. For Al Bernstein, Mauro Ranallo, Paulie Malignaggi, Jim Gray, Steve Farhood, Pat Miletich, and our entire Showtime Sports crew, I'm Brian Custer saying good night from Las Vegas.